I am ready.
Let's
I don't think I'll
go.
ever be ready for 41, but
Woo!
let's
Good
do it.
intro to this game. We're live. There we
What
go.
is up, and welcome to another Choo Choo Crew streams games they like, but in this case, games they love on Thursday nights. Tonight I am joined by me, Joe, Mike, Tanner, and Zach. I'm panning like I can't see all of their faces on the screen because I'm a goof. And again, we're playing 1841 Lite by Federico Villani and Emmanuel Manzini because we are playing 41 version 2. So before I start, if you like anything we do, you can go to dadsonthamap.com. You'll see all our past streams. You'll see our podcasts. We're recording another podcast tomorrow. You'll see the link to the Discord if you like to talk about train games or come play these games. A lot of people after the list show were like, man, I really want to play all these Winsome games. How do I do that? And it's like, you just go to Discord and say, hey guys, let's play some Winsomes. And then we'll do it. Um, what else can you do? You can follow us on Patreon if you would like to support the show. It will help us put up more content uh and things like that. And some things that I have in mind that I haven't said out loud to anyone else that I thought up this morning. So, cool stuff. Okay, so today we are playing 1841 Lite. I'm going to go over the differences between I'm not going to go over the differences between version 1 and version 2. There are some differences. Which version is better? I don't know. I've never played version 1. It seems sweet, but it kind of seems a little clunky. So we're playing version 2 and we're playing Lite. So I'm going to go over the differences between Lite and Full very quickly. You'll see Fulls on a bigger map. There is an area down here that is not included in 41 Lite. So that's a major difference. There are one, two, three historical companies that eventually become one company that are just not in the game. Um, Excuse me. The other big change is there are less trains and less money. So I could have done the setup, but I'm just gonna do the setup to reiterate that. So we're gonna remove from the game $3,500. So this player up here is going to get $3,500 fat stacks. So there. Oh, did someone do it twice? No, we're good. Okay, $3,500 is out of the game. See you later, fat stacks. We're gonna remove two trains, one three train, and one four train. So see you later. One three train, one four train. There should be three fives. So we're good there. Oh no, there's only two fives. Right, I know how to play this game. Um, and we remove what's the name? We remove these concessions that are no longer in the game. We'll go over what they are, but it will make very obvious sense why we remove them. Key, their companies are not in the game. So that's your setup for 1841 Lite. 1841 Lite plays 3 to 6. It's usually a 3 to 5 player game. Some people will say it's only a 3 player game. I don't agree with them. I think it's a cool 4 player game, but it can be a little bit fragile and a little bit brutal. The last thing we'll do is we'll remove these 4 charters from the game as those companies are not in the game. Those are the companies we removed. Okay, so what this teach will assume, as I get really close to my mic like a creeper, is that you know how to play 1830. If you don't know how to play 1830, I'm not going to teach that. There are a lot of good streams of that if you would like to teach 1830. While I'm starting to teach, Zach, can you lay out the trains? Because that would just be convenient. Um, we do have a new player. Tanner's never played before, so Tanner, if you have any questions, please go ahead and ask those questions. So I'm going to start with how I do all my primers. We'll go over the differences in the stock round. We'll go over the differences in the operating round. We'll go over the initial auction, and then we'll play the game. There are kind of a lot of differences, but most of the game is in what you do. It's not there should be 5 threes. Yeah. It's not there's not like a ton of differences, but there's a lot of chrome in this game. So some things to note before we start. You're looking at a map of northern Italy. There are 3 borders on this map. There is a light blue border. And depending on the version of 41, you'll have the borders will all be different. So there's a light blue border. There is an orange border, which mixes with the light blue border. And then finally, there's a gray border. You will see, I will refer to these hexes. These are mountain passes and alpine passes. These are dits. These are ports. Um, And all these red sections I'll call off boards like we normally do. And that is basically the map. This section is Austria. And then eventually only this section is Austria, and then eventually none of the map is Austria, and it's all Italy. So those will be some keywords that I use. And now we'll start the teach. So we'll start with the stock round. The stock round features a player doing one of several things. So the easiest one to cover is sell. All the trains went away. Where did the trains go? And Zach, you're on mute. So there we go. All the trains are back. So the easiest thing to do is sell. When you sell a stock in 1841, it acts exactly like normal stock sales in 1830. You'll get whatever the market value is. The stocks will go down for however many shares are sold. You cannot sell more than 50% into the pool during a stock round sale. That's very important. When you sell stock during the stock round, you cannot sell more than 50% into the pool, and you cannot sell the president's share during a stock round. I'm going to keep saying that, during a stock round. There are, when you sell a stock, you can't buy it later in the round. And then the last important rule, which I'm going to hit again, a player is compelled to sell a share if he or she or their companies own more than 60% of a company. So in this game, spoiler, companies can own companies. If you and all of your subsidiary companies ever own more than 60% of a company, you have to sell. It's considered you owning. It's the rule is called the antitrust law. We'll go over that again during the operating round, but just note, if you and all your companies ever have more than 60%, you are forced to sell. That's the only forced sale in the game. The next thing you can do is buy stock. It is pretty simple. You can buy a share from market value. If you buy from the market, money goes to the bank. If you buy from a company, this is a incremental cap game. If you buy it from a company, it goes into the company. The next thing you can do is buy, buy a concession from the bank pool for 50 lira. We will go over what these concessions are, but if any are in the bank pool, you can buy one for 50 lira. They should have 50 on them as their value. That usually will not come up in a game, but I figured I would say it. There are rules in which you can buy as many shares from another player for as much money as you agree. We will not be playing with those rules. A lot of people don't play with them. We will not be playing with them. But if you read the rules as written, it is in the game. And then the alternate rule is don't play with share sales. But technically, you can sell shares between each other. You can sell concessions between each other. You can sell presidents between each other. We'll be playing with none of that. We'll be playing normal 18xx. You buy a stock from me on IPO. You buy a stock from the market for market value. That's it. The only rule that will happen is you can buy a concession from the bank if it's in the bank. We'll go over how it gets there for 50 lira. You cannot buy a cert if it would make you go over a cert limit. You cannot buy a cert if it would break that antitrust law, so it would put you over 60% of total ownership. You can't buy a cert if you sold, and that's it. So that's buying a share. Pretty easy. Sell a stock, easy. Buy a stock, easy. The next thing you can do is start a corporation. Start a corporation, less easy. At the beginning of the game, until the 4 train is bought, you can only start a corporation if you have its concession. The concessions are what we are going to be auctioning off in the beginning of the game. You'll notice there are 4, Mike, you can zoom in. There are only 4 concessions with company logos on them. There are only 1, 2, 3, 4 companies that can start the game. These are called the historical companies. They will be the only companies on the board at the beginning of the game. I'm sorry, I lied. It's not. It's until the 3. So you cannot start a non-historical company until the 3. But at the start of the game, we'll be in phase 2 because we'll only have 2s. So that's the first time they will all be historical. When you start a company, you will do a couple things. One, you will pick a par price. The par prices are up here on the market. There are 2 types of company in this game: minors and majors. I'm going to teach the minors. We're not going to hit them super hard because they're almost certainly not going to come up. In full, they play slightly more of a role, and in version 1, they play a much bigger role. So you'll pick a par price. The pars are here for minors or majors, so 68, 100, or 144. Majors can be 216 or 340. You will then choose to buy 2 to 4 shares of that company. You can buy 2, you can buy 3, you can buy 4. If you can afford 4, you can only buy 2. It's just you will buy 2 to 4 shares of that company, and you'll take that many certs, and that much money will go into the treasury. So, say in the opening auction, oh, and of course, the other rule is you must have the concession, which I said, but I'll say again. So say in the opening auction, I won the SFTG concession, and it's my turn, and I'm up in the stock round, and I have, let's say 144 times 3, because that seems like a number that you can have at the end of this. I have 432 exactly, right? We'll say that I did the math, and I have 432 exactsies. To start a company, I will say I'm going to spend all 432. Whoop. I'm going to buy 4 shares, and I'm going to put 432 here, take the money, and we will put its token on the chart at 144. So that's my first action. My next action is picking homes. For a major company that is historical, you must pick the homes that are laid out on the map. So SFTG must pick 2 homes. IRSFF must pick 2 homes. The SFTN and the SFTC can only ever pick 1 home. Non-historical companies that are majors can pick any 2 empty locations that are legal. In I'm going to say them now, and I'm going to say it again when we operate. In phase 2, you can't start non-historical companies. In phase 3, you can start non-historical companies outside of Austria. At the beginning of the game, this blue border is the blue border. So you can start non-historical companies in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 locations. You can never start non-historical companies in Alpine passes. That'll make sense when we go there. You can only start them in cities. If it's a major, you can pick 1 to 2 cities as long as they do not cross a border. In phase 3, it has to be outside of Austria. In phase 4, it still has to be outside of Austria, but Austria will shrink. I'm sorry, it doesn't have to be outside of Austria, but Austria does shrink. So you could start a historical company here and here, as this border is no longer active. In phase 4, only this orange border is active. So if you were going to start a historical company, a non-historical company, and we'll go over this in the operating round, but it'll work the same in the stock round. If you were going to start a non-historical company, and I wanted 2 homes, I could pick 2 homes in Austria. Say we're in phase 4. Or I could pick 2 homes in Italy, but I could not pick a home in Italy and in Austria. So again, historical company, you have to start at the locations on the map. Non-historical major, you can put 1 or 2 home tokens down. They have to be in the same region. They cannot cross an active border. Up until the 4, they cannot be in Austria. And I'll go over all of this again as we cross phases, but I like to front load my teaches. Again, you can only pick 1 home. For a minor, I don't know if minors can pick 2 homes. I think they can only pick 1 home. They can only pick 1 home. I don't know why I'm saying if they can pick 2. Minors, for some reason, have this additional rule where they cannot start here or here, or here. But I don't know how it would ever start. There's a way it would start there, but it's not relevant. Yeah, or those locations, but I don't know how it would ever happen. So the real key is minors cannot start at G or in Bologna. The difference between a major and a minor we'll go over now. Minors there are 2 non-historical minors in the game. They're up here. They only have 5 shares. So they follow all the same rules that I'm going to say. There can't be more than 50% of them in the bank pool. You can't own more than 60% of them. But there are only ever 5 shares. So to own 60%, you have to own the president's share and 1 more. So you can never buy that 6th share. To put 50% in the bank pool, once 2 shares are in the bank pool, that's 50% of the company. We'll go over some other differences in a second. So that's step 2. So step 1 was buy the president's cert and up to 2 more certs, declare a market value. Step 2 was put down your homes. Step 3 is buy tokens. So when you start a historical or non-historical company, excuse me, you have to buy tokens. A company, if you zoom in on the charter, can have up to 5 tokens. A major company must start with 2 tokens. A minor company can start with 1 token. A major company can own up to 5 tokens, and a minor company can own up to 2 tokens. So there's another big difference. When you start the company, there are different token costs. The easiest is historicals. Historicals, every token costs $50. So if my first action is start the SFTG, I floated it, I put my 432 in, and then I'll say I'm gonna buy 3 tokens. Where are the extra tokens? Did I leave them next to it? I did. I'm gonna buy 3 tokens. So 3 tokens, historicals are always $50. 3 tokens at $50 a pop is $150. I'm out $150. Easiest rule, historicals always $50. They have to have at least 2. They can have up to 5. Non-historicals, which are anything after phase 2 and after these concessions are used. So basically every company after the first stock round. Non-historicals still follow the rule, majors have to have 2. Token costs are different. Token cost is always the most expensive token you're putting on the map times the number of tokens you're putting down. So if you're going to buy 3 tokens, whatever the most expensive token for your home city is, that's going to be the cost for all of your tokens. If your home token does not have a piece of tile within 2 hexes, so if I started here, oh, there's no track within 2 hexes. Every token for that company is $25. That's cheap. If there is, say I'm starting it here because I say it's phase 4 and I can. If there is track within 2 hexes but not within 1 hex, so that's there, your tokens are $50 a piece. If there is track next to where your home is, your tokens are $100 a piece. And then finally, if there is track where you're putting your token, so if I just grab some double green, and I started here, your tokens are $200 a piece. So 25 if there's no track 2 away, 50 if there's no track 1 away, 100 if there's a track next to you, and 200 if there's a track where you are. That is for all tokens. So whatever the most expensive token is, you're going to pay that at least 2, up to 5.
That's for non-historical majors and minors?
Correct.
Okay.
Minors can only ever buy 2 tokens. They have to buy 1. Majors can buy 5. They have to buy 2.
Does this G tile count as a track play? No.
It's not track, no.
Okay.
Maybe it is, but we never played that it is.
Okay.
So I don't know. The only obtuse rule about this is an active border cannot be seen from the other side. So say it's kind of later in the game. Oh, let's make sure I put this tile down in the right spot. Say, where's a Y? Say something like this happened. You know, that's not a legal lay, but imagine it was because I'm playing the game. And what do I need? Like a gentle and like a city, right? Okay, so say we're here. This still doesn't even. I mean, a much better example is up here, you dingus, Joe. Imagine this happened. And the V tile got laid. The V tile is a cool tile. Okay, say this was the example. Borders act like walls. So if I were going to start a major here and it wasn't phase 5, so this border was still active, this would not see this tile. So it would think that there are not any tiles within 2 of it. That rule will come up because of what I just said. The IRSFF will start. Someone will almost always start a non-historical here, and that border acts like a wall. So even though there's a tile next to it, as long as it doesn't have any track within 2 on its side of the border, it'll only pay 25. So that's your weird exception to starting a company. So now your company is started. That is starting a company. So that is the whole stock round. You can sell, and then you can buy, or you can sell, and you can start a company. You can buy up to 4 shares. You set your market price. It's incremental cap. Once you start the company, you have to pick its homes. For a major, you can pick 2. For a minor, you can pick 1. You don't have to pick 2 for a major. You have to then buy its tokens, which are priced as we just said, and we'll go over it again. And then your company is floated. You cannot, I didn't say this, I need to say it. You cannot sell shares of a company that has not operated. So that's the only other sale restriction that I missed, but I wanted to make sure I catch because I think we probably miss it when we play sometimes. It'll be important for when we talk about merged companies. So that is the stock round. Tanner, any questions?
Yeah, when you say not operated, you just mean like you haven't gone to the OR with it? Like if you're
Correct.
suitcasing, that's operated.
Yeah, correct. It has not taken an operating turn.
Okay.
We haven't done anything to its stock token in the operating round. Mike, Zach, anything on the stock round?
Nope, I think you got it.
I think that was it. The distinction between historicals and non-historicals will come out right now in the operating round. So then operating round. Operating turns in this game are pretty standard with some stuff at the end. So the first thing any company can do is lay or upgrade 1 or more track tiles. So in phase 2, you are allowed to lay as many tiles as you have tokens, as long as those tiles touch the tokens. So if it's phase 2 and I'm the SFTG and it's the first turn, I can lay 2 tiles because I can touch this tile with my home and I can touch my home tile. So I might lay something like this. Pretend that token ends up on top and straight, because that's how we play. So that's legal because both my tokens can touch those. As long as it's still phase 2, if I had another token somehow, which is basically impossible, I could lay 3 tiles. The IRSFF may have 3. So in phase 2, you can lay as many tiles as you have tokens from a token. So later on, I might be able to lay both these tracks because both my tokens can legally touch that track. The next thing you can do, and so that goes in phase 3. Again, I'll read the phase changes probably when we get to them while we're playing. But in phase 3, it goes down to 2 track. In phase 4, it goes down to 2 track. In phase 5, it's always 1 track. Rules about laying track. In phase 2, you cannot lay across borders. So SFTG and SFTN cannot cross this border in phase 2. In phase 3, you can lay track tile across border. You can never token across an active border. That's important to know. It's just like starting a corporation where it has 2 tokens. You can never token across an active border. You can also never token if you go across an active border. So if somehow the SFTG were to build track over to here, it couldn't lay a token in Parma because it's technically running through Austria. It would have to like go down around. That rule almost never comes up because this border falls pretty quickly in Lite. But if you're playing full, that might come up. Probably not. So you can lay 1 token. It's free because you've already paid for it. You'll then run trains. Trains run pretty normally. DITs you will add to your revenue, but they don't count as stops. Ports you will add to your revenue, but they do not count as stops. Ports do not make legal routes. DITs do make legal routes. Mountain passes do not, they are all zeros. So you'll see like this tile here. Is that a legal upgrade? Yeah, yes, it is. This tile here is a legal upgrade. It is worth 0. So it counts against your train. However, its revenue is 0 and it does not make a legal route. So if you had a thing here and here, um, this company, oh, this company would have a legal route. That's a terrible example. Let's do that. And this company would not have a legal route because this is not a legal route. But again, it does eat your train step. So this would need a 3 train to go from the ICFF to the Tuscan offboard. The exception to that is the 8 train, which we'll go over again. But the 8 train does not count mountain passes. It's very powerful. You can token mountain passes. You just cannot start your company in them, and then they'll act like normal tokens. So again, I'll just say all of that again. You can count DITs and ports as revenue, but they do not count against your train. Ports do not make a legal route. DITs do. Mountain passes cost, will count against your train. You can token them like normal, but their revenue is always 0. You'll see these all cost 100 to upgrade, and they lay this specific green tile. And then they go to a specific brown tile. The double brown. They can't lay the single brown tile. I believe that's correct. I just know it's correct. These, if we build to them, it'll be a GD surprise. I've never seen it happen in like 25 games, but they're 200. They can only be upgraded to in brown. They cost 200 to upgrade, and they lay these single browns. And then the greens cost 50 to upgrade to the double browns. So that's laying track, tokening, running trains. You can pay or you can withhold. If you pay, shares in players' hands go to players, shares in the company go to the company, shares in the bank go nowhere. If you pay at least the stock price, you move up. If you withhold, you move back. If you pay the stock price, if you pay less than the stock price, you spin in place. If somehow you get to this part of the revenue track, which you could before phase 8, you just go up and then you just sit there like a dude. It's a wall until we're at phase 8, which is similar to 1849. So the next thing is purchase trains. This is where things will get a little weird, a little wild, and it's hard to teach without teaching the part after, but I'll do it now. Purchase trains. So we'll go over the train roster, and then we'll go over how you force buy, because it's very important. The train roster, 6 2s, 5 3s, 3 4s, these browns. 2s get rusted by 4s. 3s get rusted by 5s. Super important. 4s get rusted by 7s. 5s, not permanent, get rusted by 8s. Very important. That's the train roster. If you have a legal route, you must own a train. If you don't have a legal route, you don't have to own a train. Buying a train is simple. You can cross buy between companies for at least $1. You can. I don't know if you can force buy between companies, but I feel like you can't. I haven't looked that up, but I'm not. I don't actually know if I'm going to. It doesn't come up. I can look at it, but no, you can't. You can't force buy between companies because the company does the force buying, right? So force buying. I'm going to skip force buying. We will come back to it after we go over companies owning each other because it does not make sense until we do that. So you'll buy a train. We'll come back to force buying. The next thing you can do, sell treasury stock to the bank pool. So your company can sell as long as it is already operated. So the first OR, it cannot do it. It has to complete a full operating term. Can sell up to its legal limit into the bank pool. So the SFTG could sell, up to 5 shares into the bank pool. It will get that money into its treasury. So it would get 144, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It'll be just like it got sold. This is similar to 49, just like it got sold in the SR. So it'll fall 5. It would get 144, 5. We take these 5 shares, 3, 4, 5, and we throw them in the bank. So again, you can only sell shares if that company has operated. The next thing you can do after sell shares, buy one stock certificate from the bank pool or IPO. A company can then buy any share from any other company's IPO or from the bank pool. The only caveat is it cannot buy a share from a company that is its president or its president's president. Because the next thing that you can do instead of buy one stock is start another corporation. So a corporation in 1841 can do exactly that process we just talked about in the stock round as its action. So say we're on the 3 train. As the SFTG, I would like to start the ILTF or ICSF. So I can't start a historical because to start a historical, you need the concession. Companies can't own concessions. So I will start the ICSF. I'm going to start it at, this company has way too much money, so I'm going to start it at 340. So we'll go over the exact same steps. I will put, oh, that's silly. I'll put the ICSF back over here. I will grab the ICSF charter. I will buy, we'll say I can buy up to 4 shares. I'll buy 3. So I'm going to spend, oh, that might be too much money, right? Yeah, so I'll just buy 2. So 340, spend. So you just do the exact same process that we did in the stock round. Take. Um, I will buy, we'll say 2 tokens. I don't know where the ICSF tokens are. Oh, they're down here, right? We'll say I buy 2 tokens and I'm going to start it here and here. So the token cost in those locations is 25 because there's no company around there. So it'll spend $50 for its 2 tokens. It is on the stock chart as a company. Nope, it's not because I took it off. And it is now a company in the game. Other companies can buy its shares. Other players can buy its shares. The SFTG can buy more shares. It will operate in the next operating round. It will never operate in this round. If you somehow par a company lower than the current operating stock price, it still will not operate. Like if this was at 144 and then I parred this company at 144, it would not operate. It always operates in the next OR. Again, this company's stock, if we were in a single OR, could not be sold in the upcoming stock round because it hasn't operated yet. When it gets to its turn in the stock round, it will be operated by whatever company has its presidency. The company that operates it, or the player that operates it, is whoever up the chain of command owns that company. So right now, I own the SFTG. I'll operate the ICFF. If Mike in the future takes the SFTG, he'll operate the ICSF. Wherever the president share is, that player's company will own it. Oh, but Joe, what happens if the ICSF decides to start the ILTF? That can happen. Then we go to the ICSF and we'd say, oh, who owns that? The SFTG. Oh, who owns that? Joe. Joe will operate the ILTF. So now you have a company with that is owned by a company that's owned by a company that's owned by me. So this will play again what we said in the a player cannot own 60% of a company. I, as a player, could only buy 3 ILTF shares. If I bought a 4th, that would be illegal because I'd be going over 60% of the companies I control. The ILTF could not buy shares of the ICSF or the SFTG because that would threaten a circular chain of command, which we'll go over in a second, in a bit. The ICSF could buy shares of the ILTF, but it could not buy shares of the SFTG. And finally, the SFTG can buy shares all the way down the chain. So again, after buy trains, you will sell treasury, any treasury stock, your own or company stock. You will buy 1 stock certificate or start a corporation. And then the cert limit for a company is 5. So a company can only own 5 certs and a miner can only ever own 2 certs. I'm not 100% on that, but it just won't come up. But I believe their cert limit is 2. So that is the exact same process that we do in the stock round. We just do it in the operating round. Tanner, did that make sense?
Uh, yes. It's just I'm gonna need to see it to internalize a bit.
Yep.
Does that happen? Like, I didn't catch when a company can purchase shares. Is that after it's done operating and done purchasing trains?
Yes, it's after trains.
So it goes, lay track, token, run trains, payout or withhold, buy train, issue shares if needed or wanted, and then buy
Sorry.
other
Yep.
shares.
Correct.
Okay, and is it like 1 share at a time or?
So if you're buying a share, you get a single share buy. And then
Mhm.
if you're starting a company, it's just like the single action of stock round. You can either buy the president share, buy 3 shares or 4 shares.
Okay.
Um, I did skip a step. I can't believe I skipped purchase tokens. I'll
Ah,
go over that at the very end because it's important and it's fun. Um, so then we'll go over force buying now because force buying will make more sense. And then we'll go over merging. and then we'll almost be ready to play. And it's 9:41, so it's going to be longer than I thought. But what are you going to do? Merging. Merging is important in this game. It is pretty simple. And I guess we should go with growing. We'll do growing as well of minors. I hate teaching the minors because it just doesn't matter. But merging, you have to be of the same class. So you have to be majors or minors. If you are a historical company, you can only merge once your concession goes away. We'll go over that in the auction, but it's after the 4. Um, some other rules of merging. 2 companies can only merge if they have both operated. Um, so that means you have to complete a full operating turn. If it's your first turn operating, you cannot initiate the merge because you've not completed a full operating turn. You have to touch. You have to touch not crossing a border. So if the 4 was still active and somehow the ICSF and the SFTG came together, they could not merge because they would be across this border. Once that border fell, they could merge. So again, your 2 of your tokens have to be able to reach each other. Merging is actually pretty simple. What you will do is one, combine the company assets. So, like if I were going to merge the SFTG and the ICSF, one, you need a blank non-historical company, one that has not been started. The game can run out of non-historicals, but hopefully it doesn't. So I will start the IFAI. You will put all of the company's assets together. So their assets right now are just the 3 shares of pink, and whatever trains they have and whatever money they have. So this would get 322, and it would get 630. We would send these back to the bank. We'd send 322, and we would send 630. Important things. Once a historical company has been merged away, it no longer is in the game. We'll throw it out. Non-historical companies can be restarted. So first action, you combine their trains, you combine their assets, and you combine their treasuries. Shares that one company owns of another simply go away. So the SFTG owns some shares of the ICSF. They just go away. We'll put them back here. It's like no one owns them. Players, starting with the president, will trade pairs of shares. So I have 4 shares of the SFTG. I would put them back, and I would take the presidency of this new company, because 4 divided by 2 is, 2. The next player in priority, which would be Zach, would then trade his shares. Tanner would trade his shares. Mike would trade his shares. We would then go to the bank. The bank would trade its shares. So it has 5 shares. 4 of them would become ICSF shares or IFAI shares. So 2. The share that's left over just gets thrown out. And then players will trade their single shares, if they want, up or down, of the new company. So we'll go over new company stock price and then how you trade single shares. The new company stock price is the old stock prices added together. And then you go to the stock market and you find the rightmost value that's not greater than that value. That's a crazy thing to say. There's just a chart at the bottom of the rules that we'll use. But a simple example is like, say the SFTG was 86 and say the ICFS was 103. We would add 86 plus 103, we'd get 189. And I would go here and it would go to 180 because 180 is the rightmost location that isn't over 189. It's right here. Because that's 198, 208, 218, 240, and 276. Again, we'll just use this chart. If one of the company's stock values is over 250, the stock value is whatever that company is. So if ICFS is 256, the new company, which is IFIA, will be 256. If their combined value is ever over 243, so this is just it. Their new value will be 242, just because that's the rightmost value. But you add them up, you go to the rightmost value that's not greater than the addition. Again, we'll use the chart. It doesn't really walk along this edge, which is annoying. If one of the companies is over 200, you will, or over 250, it'll just be that value. Um, for miners, when you merge miners, you just trade shares one for one because you have 5 shares and now you're going to 10 shares. So you merge shares one for one, um, and then you don't have to buy up because there's no bonus shares. You will merge them into a major, and the stock value will be, oh, we're so close. We're so close. Um, merging. I just want to read it because we never do it. Um, market value for merger of majors. For minor corporations, the new value will be the rightmost value, which is less than half the sum of the market values. So you add them together, you take half the sum. Oh, there's 3 non-historical miners. Sorry. And again, we'll just use the chart. If 2 miners get started and merged, this will be the first time I've ever seen it in 41 Lite. So that is merging. Buying up shares. Extra shares will get bought up. You either buy them up for half the new value and that money will go into the treasury, or you just receive half that value. And it's whole actors. So it would be me and all of my companies could trade up shares. And then Zach and all of his companies could trade up a share, then Tanner, then Mike. The bank will never trade up. And then just whatever is left over ends up in the IPO. That is merging. Again, you have to touch. Both companies must have operated. What that can mean is a company that is running higher, like the IFIA, it might be its first operating turn. It takes its turn and doesn't initiate a merge. And then the SFTG can initiate a merge with it if it had run before. Tokens. The company gets as many tokens as the combined companies have, up to 5. So if SFTG started with 3 and the IFIA or in the ICFF started with 2, they could have up to 5. You can leave as many on the board as you like, but you have to leave you have to leave at least one, and you just pull the others off. You'll replace them with the new company. That's tokens. We did trains. Shares are pretty easy. Like I said, if a company owns shares in the other company, that those shares just go away. That is merging. Transforming is next. You can transform a minor to a major. If we do it, I will go over it in more detail. But basically, you do exactly that process. You just up convert your 5 shares to 10 shares from a minor to a major. It definitely will not come up. We'll teach purchasing tokens from another corporation. We'll teach force buying trains, and then we'll be good to play ish. Purchasing tokens, I missed this step. I apologize. This happens after run trains. One company can buy a token from another company as long as it is not crossing a border. You can buy it for any price. So again, in our example, let's pretend the SFTG built track over here. This is stupid. And it touched the old. Someone help me make this touch. Oh my gosh, there's a border there. This mod's so big to make examples out of. All right, I need a dit or straight and a city. Okay, we have done it. Okay, we've done it. Their tokens touch. Let's pretend that the 4 is gone, so this border is not there. The operating company can pay the non-operating company any amount of money to buy this token. The rules are the company must have at least 1 token on the map. So if the ICSF only had 1 token, I couldn't buy its last token. The company buying a token must have a token to put down. So you cannot generate a. Oh my gosh, I haven't taught the split. I have to teach the split. The other company cannot simply generate a token. They must have a token on the charter. So the SFTG at the start, we did buy our 3 tokens. So bada bing, bada boom, I can pay any amount of money for that token, at least $1. That comes off the map. That goes on the map. That's after run trains. Again, the rule is you can't cross an active border. It can be important in the late game to help secure some routes. So now we'll teach force buying. Force buying, we needed this example where companies owned companies. We're going to go back to this case. in which I had what, 4 of these? And I'll grab the presidency. Okay, force buying a train. Um, when you force buy a train, the company that is currently buying the train is forced to attempt to buy the train. What that means is they will contribute all of their capital. They will then sell all of their um, non IPO shares. So you have to sell shares that are not the shares of your company. So if ILTF was force buying a train, it only has shares of its company, so it's okay. If the ICSF was force buying a train, it has to sell shares of ILTF before it sells shares of the ICSF. And again, if the SFTG were force buying a train, it didn't even have any of these in its treasury anyway, it would have to sell shares of the ICSF before it sells shares of itself. When you're force buying a train, you can go over the cert limit in the bank. It's no longer limited to 5. You can sell presidencies into the bank pool. It is no longer limited. The chain, you will go up the chain of command. So if the ILTF needs to force buy a train, it will sell all of its shares legally, shares that it owns first, and then its own shares. They will get sold for half value. If it cannot generate a train, the ICSF will then donate whatever money it has. It will then sell its shares. Note, it will not sell presidencies in this chain of force buying. So if the ILTF is force buying, the ICSF will not sell its presidency. On the other hand, if the ICSF is force buying, it has no problem selling this presidency off. So the ICSF will put all of its money down to buy a train. If it cannot afford it, it will sell whatever non-president share of this company, or if it had presidencies of other companies, it would sell those. Then it will sell its own shares, again, all at half value. And you technically round in between these steps, which is just obnoxious, is rounded down. And then that will go up to the SFTG. If it cannot generate enough money from share sales and stuff, it'll go up to the president of the SFTG, which is me. If somehow all of that means you can't afford something, you go bankrupt. When you go bankrupt in this game, you're not out of the game. You can take a $500 loan and you enter at the beginning of the next stock round. All of your corporations end up frozen. So again, force buying, you sell shares at half value. You sell shares up the chain. You have to sell shares that are your treasury shares first. Then you can sell your IPO shares. Those are added together, divided by 2, rounded down, and then you go up your chain. Presidencies can go into the bank pool. You're no longer limited to 5 shares. That's most of the rules. You'll buy whatever train from the bank you want. If you have money left over, you can buy other trains. So you can like cross buy if you want after that. That's force buying. It's very important. It's very powerful. It only happens if you need a route. Some super interesting things to note. If you start a company at 340 with 2 shares and it falls back once, and then you sell all of its shares, you will have enough money to buy an A train. That's an important number. Or you'll be really close. So what happens if a company's presidency ends up in the bank? It is frozen. A frozen company moves to the left twice when it operates. Oh, you know what I missed in the stock round? If you have shares at the end of the stock round, you fall down. So we'll get there when we get there. But it will fall down twice if there are shares in the bank pool. It can be unfrozen at any time. A company or a player can just buy its presidency out of the bank pool. It's no longer frozen. It then operates. Companies also can become frozen if they are ever in a circular chain of command. If through some weird merging, say the ICSF was the president of the ILTF, but the ILTF was the president of the ICSF, that can happen. These companies are now, what's the name? They are now in a circular chain of command, and they are both frozen until one of them operates and force sells the presidency out of its treasury. So they're forced to sell the presidency. And that's another quick rule. If at any time during your operating round, when you get to the sell stock, if you own stock of your parent company, which can happen from merging, so if parent A owns B and B owns C and A and C merge, they will own shares of B. And then B might own shares of the parent. When it gets to B's turn, it is forced to sell shares of its parent. You're always trying to stay away from circular ownership. You'll see it when it happens, and you'll say, "Oh, I own shares of my parent. I must sell them," and we'll try and catch it. So that's all the rules of the game, except for one last thing. We're at 56 minutes, and this is not teaching the game. Woo! Um, this is pretty much a full teach, though. Okay, the last thing is called. What did you say, Zach?
Oh, it's a full teach.
It's
I
a
mean,
full.
it didn't teach you how to play 1830.
You should have just
I
said
mean,
it's 49, but your companies can own companies, and we just could have played. We'd have been done. That's it.
Right, right.
Hey, I had a
just
real
it's an
quick
excellent
question.
overview.
Yep, go for it.
Hey, you gave the example of if you par a company at 340, let it not operate, fall to 306, and then if you sold all those or issued all those shares to the bank, you'd have enough. In 49, you cannot issue shares on the first turn
So,
it operates. Is that
oh,
not true
you're,
here?
remember, you're not issuing shares. No, 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 you're not. That's forced buying. So you're not issuing.
Oh,
This is why
force
it's super
buying.
important. So you can
Gotcha.
only ever issue 5 shares, but you can force buy and sell all 8 of them babies right into the
So
bank.
you can float and force buy right away, is
But
the example you're talking about.
you definitely can float and force buy right away if someone
Yeah,
lays
okay.
crack into you. You know, so you'll have something like 340 times 2 is 680. You might lose $200 in tokens is 480, and then you'll have 306 times 8 over 2 is 1224. So when you force buy, you're sitting at $1,224 plus the 400 that you had from floating is 1450. It's a very,
I
very
see.
important number. There's other parts of this game that are important that we'll get around to as we play. So the last part of the teach is the Ferdinand session. So I almost want to reload the mod to clean up the. You know what, Mike? Where should I do this example? I'll do it over here so it's clean.
Okay.
So you have the IRSFF, which is a company that starts in Milan and Venezia or Venice. It will. So you'll notice that it's a historical company. It doesn't technically start across borders because this is not a border at the beginning of the game. It's only this blue thing. But Joe, what happens when the Ford gets bought and this border goes away? Oh no, the company's across a border and it splits. So it is a major company, the IRSFF. It will split into two major companies. So in version 1, this splits into 2 minor companies. It will split into the SFL and the SB. Here's some. We'll go over the entire split. One, the SB we'll say the SB continues to operate in Austria. The SFL continues to operate in Milan. The SB will get the lion's share of things. So the first thing you'll do is you will split the assets of the IRSFF. The SB will take 90% of its capital, round it down. The SFL will take the remaining money. The SB will take the best train that the IRSFF has. The SFL will take the second best train. The SB will take the third best train. The SFL will take the fourth best train. It normally is only 2 trains. SB gets the best. SFL gets the second best. The SB will take the best share. So if the IRSFF owns a president's share, the SB will get that. The SFL will take the second best share. The SB will take the third best share. So you will split up its assets. The next thing you will do is start trading shares, starting with the president. Say Mike owns the cleanest case, which doesn't happen here. Say Mike owns 40% of the IRSFF. He trades the first 2 shares. He gets to pick whatever presidency he wants. He'll pick SB. He then must trade these next 2 shares. He must trade for the presidency of the SFL. If Mike has 3 shares, he trades his first 2 shares. He can pick the presidency of any company. He'll pick the SB. He only has 1 share. No one is currently the president of the SFL. We'll go to the next player in priority, which is me. Say somehow I had 2 shares of the IRSFF. I would have to trade these 2 shares for the SB president or the SFL presidency. If I only had 1 share, say everybody only had 1 share, no one would be the SFL presidency. It would go into the bank and it would be frozen. The stock price of both these companies is whatever the stock price of the IRSFF is. The SB will be on top. The SFL will be second. They are considered new companies, which means that if the I this oh sorry I didn't say this all happens when the 4 is purchased. So if the IRSFF has run when the 4 is purchased, these will split and they won't operate. If it hasn't run, these will split and they will operate, but they cannot sell their shares because they've not operated yet. They cannot merge because they haven't operated yet, things like that. They will each automatically go up to 2 tokens. You'll replace the Western tokens with SFL tokens and the Eastern tokens with SB tokens. If that would leave the SFL or the SB with only 1 token, they will get a free token. The president can then choose to buy tokens up to 5. You can use your own money. I didn't talk about force buying tokens. Technically, you can use president money to buy tokens when you start a company. I didn't talk about it because it doesn't come up that much, and it honestly slipped my mind. So they can buy up to 5 tokens. After we've traded double shares, we will start with the president, and they will trade a single share for whatever company they want. You could trade for an SFL. Say it wasn't started, you could still trade for it. I don't know why you would. We'll all trade shares going around. The president then gives. There's a round of buying for the SB. Well, actually, the president picks. There's a round of buying for the SFL. There's a round of buying for the SB. The president can then choose to have another round of buying, basically until they're done. And once they decide that there's no more rounds of buying, no one can buy shares. It's shareholders of those companies. So if somehow one of your companies owns shares, you can buy shares with those companies. If you own shares, you can buy shares, but it's only shareholders. So if you have a share of the SB, the president can say, I'm going to offer SB shareholders to buy another share. Random players can't just buy a share, except for possibly that first share buy. I'm going to read it. Shift shareholders are offered a chance to buy an extra share. All right, good. And then shares in the market are split 1-to-1, and then if there is an extra share, the president of the RSFF decides which company gets the share in the market. And then there'll be just companies in the game. They act like normal companies. And I believe that is all of the rules to 1841 Lite. I missed a kind of minor big one. Historical companies cannot change presidencies until their concessions go away. So whoever owns the concession will always be the president. So if I only own 2 shares of the SFTG and I started it, and somehow Mike decided to start no companies and bought 4 of them, he will not be the president until the concessions go away, which is when the 4 train is bought. And then the second the concession goes away, the presidency would go to him and I would lose it. Again, if you bankrupt, you can come back in the game with $500, and then at the end of the game, you take a $500 hit to your net worth. And now we'll go over it was only an hour. It's like an hour on the dot. We'll go over the initial auction, which is unbelievably simple, and then we'll play the game. The initial auction, there are 4 private companies. 5 private companies, because I took one. I'm sorry. There are 5 concessions. They are the 4 historical concessions and the Bayard, or that number. I don't know what that means. It's called the Bayard. On your turn in the stock round, or in the auction, whoever is player 1, which is unfortunately Tanner, maybe Tanner, we won't make you go first. You will pick any concession and you'll put it up for auction. The minimum bid is 20. You have to raise by 10. I believe you have to raise by 10. How do I not remember this? Maybe it's 5.
I thought it was 5.
Some people play
5.
raise by 1, which is insane. Okay, it's just 5. Good. So the minimum bid is 20. You raise by 5. We'll just auction. Whoever is the last person wins this concession. That's it. You just get the concession. Then whoever's next in priority is whomever is next. So say Tanner put up the SFTC and say, somebody won it for some amount of money. Mike would be next, and Mike might say, I want to put up the IRSFF. We'll then have an auction. You can also pass. We'll have an auction for that. Whoever wins that gets it. And then I'd be up, and I might say the SFTN, and then finally Zach might be up, and he might say the SFTG. So those will just get auctioned. The Bayard can also be put up. The Bayard is an actual private. It pays you $20 at the end of the stock round. Yeah, the end of the stock round. and it closes when the 4 is bought with all other concessions. Then we will reseat priority. Priority will go to whomever has the least money. So in this auction, you are literally paying for priority. Whoever has the least money will get this 1 card. Whoever has the second least money will get second least will get the 2. Whoever has the third least will get the 3. Whoever has the most money will get the 4, and that'll be priority for the rest of the game. That is, if you own a concession and it's not used, it will go back to the bank. So that's how they end up in the bank. So say these get bought and then maybe someone doesn't start the SFTC, it will go into the bank. And then someone can buy it in the next stock round for 50. And that is 1841 Lite, except for I didn't say the end game conditions. What a buster. So the game ends a couple ways. Gosh, this game is so
Just
long.
keeps giving.
I love this game so
The
much.
teach
This
is
is,
so long.
I
The
think this has
game's
been,
not.
yeah, the game's only 3 hours. I think this has been a pretty tight teach. I'm not even gonna lie. I only
Yeah.
forgot like 1 rule. Okay, and I think I got a little messy around the minors, but they seriously don't matter. You
Has
shouldn't
anyone
start.
opened one?
You should not start in the now 25 games I've played or ish. I've seen 1 minor open, and it was a player who was losing and just decided they wanted to try it. Okay, so how the game ends? There are a couple ways. If a corporation's market value reaches 516, the the game will end at the end of the current operating corporation. It just ends if they get to 516. That probably shouldn't happen, but it can. If the bank runs out of money, you complete the operating round. If the not set, just the operating round. If the bank runs out during a stock round, you complete the next operating round. If all players decide to quit after they bankrupt, or the best endgame condition, if each external box is connected by a legal route to an onboard city, the game ends at the end of the turn of the currently operating corporation. Which would mean if all the offboards have a legal route, the game also ends. But I've never seen that. There's an alternate endgame condition where it doesn't end when you get to 516. You play out the set. I don't hate that. We won't play that. It'll just be if it gets to 516, it ends at that company's the end of that company's turn. So the main way the game ends is the bank breaks and the game's over at the end of that operating turn. And those are all the rules of 1841 Lite. You'll notice, Tanner, just some stuff to point out because it's your first play. This offboard gets really fat, goes to 250. These all go to 150 quickly. This goes to 100 on the 4. You'll notice Milan starts at 60 and then immediately goes to 100 and then goes to 150.
Nice.
V is a weird tile. So V has a port, a dit, and a city. So you can hit all of this with that counts as 1. But again, it's not a legal route until you connect it to a city or this offboard. You notice I completely cut this border out. This border never goes away. So you can never put a token in Lugano because that border is always active. So you can never start a company in Switzerland and you can never token there because you can't token across an active border. There's some weird walls here. They're important. There's a little border here that doesn't matter, but there is a path up into here. And then the game will kind of just go as we go. Please ask any questions. I'm just gonna reload the mod.
Earlier, you said you're talking about how you do priority based on least to most money, and then you said, and then that's priority for the rest of the game. Did you mean that's the order for the rest of the game?
Yeah. That's the order.
Okay,
Yeah,
I was
priorities. Priorities just left of last action.
cool. And yeah, I have a lot of questions, but I will figure it out as we go.
I will probably also have
Sounds
questions.
Yeah, and we might miss some rules. I'm usually pretty good. I'm a little rusty because we haven't played a ton lately. But Mike and Jay and I are in a async game, so
That was a good
that
teach.
kind of
Very solid, Joe.
tightened up some of it. The first time I
I
taught
know
this
we.
game, I taught Zach in like 35 minutes, and it was awesome. It was like my
Yeah, it was
best
me and
teach.
James in August,
So we have to take
2020
out
at a
two
show.
two twos, uh, 1 3, 1 4, 1 5.
You can.
I
Oh
should
wait,
just
never mind.
put
Never
you.
mind.
You can't. Oh, you can't do this when they're not separated.
30.
That's lame.
I know.
And then, oh, why can't I not just do it at all? There we go. Yep. And we start with 630. Uh, so Tanner, just some not advice, but some advice. So the important edges are 144 times 3, or 144 times 2 plus 129, because that's your third share. 144 falls back to 129, which is like 417. Those are just some important edges in the auction.
Say that
Um,
again.
so the important edges in the auction are usually 144 times 3.
So
So
you
you can get
buying?
three shares,
Yeah.
or 144 times 2 plus 129, because the company will fall back in its first OR.
Okay.
Um, I didn't go over tile laying. I think it's just semi-permissive. Like, I think you have to increase the route or increase the revenue.
You can
Um,
lay. Oh, because you can lay tiles based on the number of tokens laid, though, right? The home token.
yeah, but
Yeah.
it's not
That's
1830.
for the first. Right, right.
And you can only
And
lay
then I
from
know.
where you have the tokens, like IRSFS, SFF can only lay one here and one over here. That's
At the beginning.
at the
Yeah.
beginning. Yeah. Oh,
All right, cool. So we'll have just Mike go first, so Tanner doesn't have to bite that bullet, and we'll take out the ones that aren't in the game. And we'll the Tanner, the things are worth kind of what they're worth. It's hard to say what they're worth. Tanner's gone. He
you
was like, you
stout.
made me sit an hour.
Yeah. And then,
If
I mean,
anybody
this
is
doesn't help because Tanner's
anybody
not here.
but if
But
anybody in chat has questions, please ask. If anybody
What?
we have a moderator. Are you the moderator? I'm the moderator too.
Yeah, yeah.
If anybody has what's the name? If anybody has questions on the YouTube, please drop them or in BGG. That was a tight teach. All right. So we're gonna have Mike go first.
All right.
There's also an obtuse rule where if we're out of 8 trains, you're no longer obligated to force play.
It's just hilarious.
that's
I
weird.
will put up. Let's do the SFTN, safety N. So I want to start it at but an even number. So 65. I'll start at 65.
70.
To
Well,
Tanner.
that plan just went to hell right away.
Yeah, why? What does that do? Times 4?
That's what I got in 4 shares.
Nah, I'm cool. I'm cool. Get out of here.
Like, dope, I'll put up something that nobody really wants, and then
I think it's the best company. I mean, it's not the SFTG, but you saw in this game that we're playing with Jay, it's like insane what he's doing with it. Even
oh,
though
I love it.
I think you're maybe in the best spot.
I have 2 presidencies, so we'll see how that goes.
Well, you don't. Oh yeah, you do. Have you taken your turn, Mike? That's all I'm saying.
I know it's
80.
Oh, Tanner goes right to 80. The
I'm I'll
SFTN.
pass.
I will also pass.
118. Right, was 70. 70 was right where I wanted to be, right? 630 minus 144 minus 144 minus 144 was one. Oh, it's like a billion. Oh, yeah, minus 70 is 128. Oh, right, 70 is $1 too much to get a fourth share. At 80, I will. What is IRSFF going to go for?
Good question.
Man, I want to play the SFTN. I think 80 is a lot. I mean, it's not a lot. 80 is fine. I'll pass.
Yes.
Okay, so Tanner gets this, and for it, you get to spend $80. I will put up the IRSFF. I will put it up for 65. $65 to Zach.
Mm, Um,
I don't think the offboards have ever ended the game, Xander.
no.
I remember when I was reading the rules the first time, I read that and I was like, oh, that's such a cool rule. And then Phil was like, no, that just never happens. Like, don't.
Just I'll go to 70.
To Tanner.
Pass.
75.
Pass.
Pass.
Whew,
Damn!
whew. All right.
Yeah, that's
I'll take that.
Zach!
What did I even say? That wasn't even 75. I said
75.
75. Whoa.
Oh, I hate that.
Thank you all.
I hate that for you. I hate that for you. Minus 432. Yeah, I still hate it for you. All right, on to Zach.
all right. So it's yeah, we're doing SFTG.
I can't believe I have to play this stupid SFTC again. I'm always playing SFTC.
You could get the G. You can get the safety G. It's right there.
Zach's gonna pay like 120 for it.
You don't know?
Yeah, I do know. I'm not Zach.
No,
All right, you have to bid, Zach.
I know. We're gonna open it at 65.
Tanner.
Pass.
Pass.
It's 80.
I don't want to play SFTC, but SFTG. Fuck. My bad. Farts. Farts.
Hashtag sponsor
Hashtag
me.
farts.
Capstone Games.
Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna 85.
Get on no eyes on me. 90. Push on.
All right, pass.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
So
I don't even know.
I
I
think it's
just don't.
pretty good.
I'm tired of playing this SFTG or SFTC.
well,
I think this was a steal. Like that's a crazy steal.
Oh, it's a great steal. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
You crazy. You crazy steal.
This
Crazy.
is like probably the
Crazy dog.
best
Crazy.
number to get it at, I
Crazy
think.
dog. Nah, like 70.
Well,
On to Tanner.
I mean, 0, right?
You're allowed to pass too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and pass.
Crazy.
All
Crazy.
right. So
Somebody wants to float something at 100. I'll be happy. Me, all eyes on me.
doing math. Sorry.
He's doing them. He did the math. Yeah, he did the math.
Oh, boop boop boop.
That was a little Art Brute reach for all you people in the 90s or not in the late early aughts.
I'm gonna put up. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I'll put this up. Sure.
Yeah.
I'll put it. So I can put it up for.
You have to put it up for 20.
I can do that. I can put up for 35. Okay, 35.
I say 4. How do you see? All eyes on me, all eyes on me. It's like stuck in my head.
So good. So catchy.
You said 35
35
That was the number.
Italian lira.
lira. You have to do so much stupid math in this game.
Yeah, so if you're
Uh,
at 510 or 509, that would be you getting 3 shares, falling back, selling down all 5, and then buying a single share of your company.
what? Why am I selling? Oh,
If you,
right, right,
yeah, if
right.
you issue all 5, not sell down.
But it's 2 stock rounds. You get to run again.
You would get to run, so you'd be more than that.
Yeah,
That's why I figured
yeah.
that's a safe number because you're at least given a share in that stock round because you don't always want to issue all 5. No.
I do know. I do know.
You do.
I'll pass. Nah, I'll go to 40.
So
I think Zach wants to. I'm gonna charge Zach $5 more.
Yeah.
we could talk about, like we're doing this too because, we also are now, since we have our concessions, we're concerned about seating for priority. So this is another way for us to spend cash to kind of get the seat we
Yeah,
want.
and I think Mike definitely wants to be ahead of Tanner. I think Mike probably wants to be ahead of me too, but he
Yeah.
definitely wants to be ahead of Tanner. And Tanner
Yeah.
if I like to play the SFTN after, other people like to play it before the SFTG. I like to play it after. I think people like to play it before it's crazy, but I also think third seat it can be real scary. Which is Mike's but third seat with the IRSFF is not always scary because sometimes that means you get the 4 or 2 fours. Anyway, it's on to Zach. I bid 40.
Right. 45.
Do Tanner.
Pass.
Mike.
I'll pass.
Pass. I don't have the guts.
Me.
I don't think I
Same.
don't think I would pay I don't think I would pay 50 for that concession.
I don't.
So
I wouldn't.
that was Mike, so it's me. I
Yeah.
will put this up for let me do a little man. Little man.
Figured.
Right, because it's
These all close after when phase 4 starts.
Yep.
Yeah, but these don't pay out the presidencies.
Yeah, they don't do anything.
No.
Ugh. Oh, that is a magic number, so I just have to do that. This is what you're talking about, Mike.
Yeah.
But I'll run for a little bit. So
You'll
give me
run
that.
for a little bit, and also this
I'll
will
go
pay,
30.
so it's a little
I'll go
more.
30, 35.
A little more. Because the concessions don't give you any revenue.
And
but this
maybe
will.
35 isn't worth it in this. I think I'll start at 25. It has a chance of only paying once.
It's not too. Because
I'll
you're
go
at least
25.
going second, then, right? Pretty good.
Is it on me?
It's on Zach. I'm gonna put this up for 25.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm second no matter what.
Yeah, which is.
That's my favorite. It's my favorite seat.
It's good.
Second no matter what.
um.
God, I love this game so much.
I'll go 30.
If
That's
someone
rude.
who happens to watch this would like to put it up on dot games, so it'd be easier to play, please.
It'd be so awesome if someone put it up on the dot games.
I'm sure
On the
it's.
dot. I will pass.
I'll do 35.
I think I will pass.
So it goes to 40 for me.
Does that take you off the share, Zach? Yeah.
Yeah, it does. So I'd have to fall back. Yeah.
No, right? It's like 545.
I'd have to fall back. Yeah.
No, you'd be fine. Minus 432 is I'm an asshole. What are you at?
I'm at 585, so it would
Right,
take
if
me
you
down
pay
to
40,
545.
be 565 minus 432 is 133. So you could buy the share.
Yeah.
So the math I just did there, because people want us to
Yeah.
talk more, apparently, is
Yeah.
Zach's at 585. At the end of this stock round, he'll essentially be at 565 minus 432, which is 133, which is enough to buy any share part at 144.
Or just trash people's stock, which is probably
Well,
what
that's
he's gonna
important.
do.
Yeah, just move stuff around and trash stuff.
But Zach would never do that. Zach's not a rude boy at all. He's super nice and
Come
just
on,
wants
rude
us all.
boy.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna pass.
Whoa,
Yeah.
that's cheap. Did I pass? I did. So Mike, you get it for 35.
35.
It's a little scary. Oh, it's
Alrighty.
not nearly scary for you because someone let you get that for $0, and his name is
Yeah.
also Zach.
Zach's making up for that
All right.
70 game we're playing where he was super rude. I was super nice.
So Mike gets the 1, I get the 2, Tanner gets the 3. Tanner gets this note card. Tanner gets the 3, Zach gets the 4, the 5 goes away. And we will be in that seating order for the rest of the game, and then priority is Lola. Mike is up.
So I will buy, because I have the concession for the IRSFF, I can start the company, so I will start it. I hold on to the concession to show that I can't lose presidency, and I'm allowed to buy up to 4 shares, but I can only buy 3. I'm at par at 144, so I'll take the token, which is here. And then I'm going to buy the presidency plus another share, so that's 144. 1, 2, 3. And I have to pay 144. 1, 2, 3. I'll take the shares. And then Joe probably is already done with his turn. Oh, look at that.
Mike, you have to buy tokens.
I have to buy tokens. I'm only going to buy that is a good point. The 2 tokens. So they are 50 apiece. So that's $100 to spend.
So my turn is going to sound a lot like Mike's. Put your homes out too. I will
Yes.
spend 432. This company, which I will lock, gets 432. I will. Man, I've been not brave moding and spending this extra 50. I think I'm just gonna do it again, even though it did nothing in that game we're playing. So I'm gonna buy 3 tokens.
Good. I think your seat's a little better this time. Right?
No, my seat was fine. I just goofed up the game.
Oh.
I think it's like I could not buy. So the SFTG, you can not buy this 3rd token, but the 3rd token is really good for the late game. So I'm just gonna buy it, even though I hate it so much. And I'm gonna put my homes out, and I'll go up on 144, and it's on to the 3, which is Tanner.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna do the same. You were talking about Zach trashing stock. In order to do that, you got to buy a share. Isn't that gonna put money into someone else's company?
So it'll put money into the company, but then you're going to. So if he'll do it. He might do it to move order around. He might not. So the order you operate is important. Because there's not very many trains. The next thing is it takes money out of your issue. So we're gonna fall back, and then if he, oh right. So if he sells a share, we'll fall to 123. Shares all go down if there's any shares in the market at the end of a stock round. So now we're at 117. So now we'll go to 130. So now we're issuing at 130 instead of 144. So it just, you lose $15 a share. Also, he gets to mess with operating order.
That's the real thing.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
He might not do it. But typically the SFTC seat will do it. Oh, I have to take my 3 shares.
And are you not incentivized to, like, if anything, you want to go last in the first OR, right? You don't want to have to buy 2s up front, huh?
So in this
Maybe
game,
depending.
2s can be good. 3s can be good, are usually bad. 4s can be good, are sometimes bad. 5s can be good, are sometimes the worst train in the game. 6s are always good. 7s are almost always bad, and 8s are almost always good. But these ranks up here are really depend on what everyone does.
That's it.
Okay.
More so in 3. At 4, 2s are pretty good. 3s are pretty bad. 4s are pretty good typically.
All right. I will do. Let's see. 288.
Oh, the other thing is going first gives you pick of minor starting cities, and not all cities are created equal.
Yeah, that's also very
You
true.
can you can also run out of spots. So if this is company 1 and this is player 2, I guess you can't run out of spots. I take it back.
Yeah, right. 1,
There's always
2,
G.
and then 3.
No, because you can't split it across the active border.
Oh, because there is that little piece there. I did forget.
Yeah.
That's very,
Yeah.
very true.
All right, so Tanner is going to go start the SFTN. I don't. 144. He'll spend 432. Wait.
Man, okay. And then I'll purchase 2 tokens. They're already chilling there, and that'll be 50 a pop.
Yep, so $100.
Yep. And then
And
one
then
goes down on your home. And then another thing to notice, just to highlight Tanner, is T immediately comes together in green.
Yeah, that's huge. Also, you
What's that?
can buy another
Um,
share immediately too when you're starting a company.
Yeah, right. You don't have to, but you can.
Okay. And then where are my tokens that I put here?
We put it there already.
All right, cool. And
Yep.
that is my turn.
And you want to take your 2 shares.
That's right.
I don't hate only buying and you spent, yeah, right, you're at 188.
Oh, that's
Okay. On
actually
to Zach.
interesting. Yeah.
Just buy your share.
Yeah. Exactly. Just buy someone else's. Not mine.
Yeah.
Why would you want to buy
Right.
mine? That's silly.
Because it runs for $1 billion.
No, no, it doesn't.
On to Zach.
It's just I.
Um, who?
Zach.
Oh man. All right. So like I haven't played where the SFTC trashing has been a thing to this point. So this is like the meta be developed beyond when I had last played. So there's a lot of new things. That's fun.
You don't have to. You can just like smartly invest as well.
Yeah. I could. Could. But that said, all right, where? Hmm.
We're
All
currently
right.
at Zach starting his
Yeah.
company.
Yeah. Yes. I'm gonna start the SFC. Well, I'm trying to see if I was gonna trash. That's really what
Well,
it's
you
about.
can't sell anything in the first round.
Right. It. Yeah. So I'm gonna start that at 144.
I was just being mean to be mean, Zach.
I know you like picking on me.
I like picking on everyone.
Well,
This is true. Facts.
also true.
He's not meanie weenie Mikey Wikey for no reason.
Oh no. Yeah. No, I want to only purchase 3. That's what I want to do. Let's spend money there. We'll take 3 shares.
Super fun, totally cool. Going at 144.
Yeah, and we will spend money, and spend money again. And since I have cities, they're 2 spaces away.
No, they're all 50 because it's historical.
All right, 50. So I will buy one more city or one more token.
Yeah, that's true
Mike's
for Tanner and Zach. They didn't have to buy 2 tokens. They could have just bought 1 because they only have 1 home station out. But
No, you have to buy 2 tokens.
you have to buy 2.
Yeah,
even
because you
though
have to buy your.
Yeah, all,
You have to buy
all,
your.
all
Presidents,
majors,
sir.
even the
all
historical
majors have to
companies.
buy 2.
Oh,
All majors have to buy 2 tokens.
I didn't know that. I thought that
Oh,
they only had to
tokens.
put out their obligated home token, and that was
They
it.
do only have to put it out, but you
Okay.
have to buy 2.
That's interesting.
Mike's on auto. I'm on auto.
Yep.
To Tanner.
Um, yeah, I guess I'll pass.
Yeah, you can pass.
Mhm.
To Zach.
You just have to take your shares.
Yep. So 1. There we go. I'll buy one IRSFF.
I want to buy that IRSF. Mike passed, Joe passed, Tanner.
Yeah, I'll pass.
And that's the stock round. On to the first OR with somebody. Mike, me,
Yep.
Mike.
Me. Yep.
Oh, Mike, take your $20.
$20.
There's no pay the Bayard button.
All right, so I'll lay track. So the V tile is here.
There's a pay the concessions button.
Oh, is there?
Yeah,
Oh, dang,
yeah,
there is
right
one.
there. It's a real.
I think you only make sense to start this way.
You can only lay it one way.
Okay. Okay.
It's illegal to lay it any other way.
Yeah.
And I will take a Y tile and lay it like that. And then how many twos am I gonna buy?
You should have went full greed and bought an extra token.
Oh
I
my
mean,
goodness.
you didn't know that Tanner wasn't going to buy another share.
No. I could force the upgrade. Crazy. That's pretty crazy.
Letting it go to green in turn 1, yeah, it's fucking crazy.
All right, I'll take two trains.
Actually, it's not that crazy because like people can't start. I'm gonna lay these 2 tiles again. I can lay 2 tiles because I have 2 tokens, and I will buy 2 twos for $200, and I'm done.
I see.
On
Hey, so
to Tanner.
what were you saying about this T going straight to
Oh,
green?
when this goes to green, yeah, make us fall back. When this goes to green, these immediately come together. So
Yeah.
Okay.
right now they're separate, but it was just like for your future planning, these immediately go together.
I'm gonna go ahead and do that because if
We're
I
not on
build
we're not on
yellow,
the
oh
three
yeah,
yet.
yeah, that's right. Okay. So I'll just do a straight. How do I grab? Oh, I grab it out of the
Yeah,
bag.
it's
Here
from
we
the bag.
go.
Yeah.
And that's my track lay. And then I will take a single 2 because that's all I can afford.
Oh, that's not that bad. Pretty
When
good.
y'all were discussing going straight to green, I was like, oh shit, I can't buy a 3 train. Spend the money, and then
That would have been
you moved all
brutal
the tokens back. Cool.
onto Zach. If we went three,
Yep.
we didn't have. You could have went 3-3-3, and I could have went 3-3. Tanner wouldn't have had a. Well, there should be 6, right? He would have been fine. He would have to go 4 twos.
Oh wait,
Buying a
so
single two.
okay, gotcha. I was just trying to leave my options open by having enough money to invest in someone who's gonna run shit better than me, or just
Yeah,
trash. I don't know.
yeah, it's fine. You can buy so SFTN. Usually, you go to 3 just because you'll be able to run 2 twos next SR or OR almost guaranteed. Like we'll definitely go to green.
Yeah, like
You'll
I'm
definitely be
most likely gonna buy that.
um.
Yeah.
The only time it would be kind of bad would be if we made you go first, because then we might not be in green, and it'd be awkward. So it's not terrible. Get your share for cheaper. Um, Zach, what are you doing?
I laid the straight coming out of the Y, and then I bought a single 2, and that was my turn.
That's a greedy tile like.
Eckham, yes. Yeah, that's pretty.
All right.
Close.
On to priority, which is Mike.
All right, $108. Can't buy anything, so I will pass.
I think. Oh, this chart's right here. Here's the handy chart for how much what you go to.
Oh, for the merges.
That's really convenient. I think I will also pass on to Tanner.
Um,
So Mike's company Actually,
Yeah,
Mike
let me
will.
buy a
It
share
depends.
of.
Mike or I will run for the most money. It depends on who ends up going first and
Basically,
second.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll buy a share of the IRSFF Orange Company. IPO is 144.
Nope, it's always
Yep.
market.
So 129.
Always market.
Yep.
Okay, so that is incentive to wait. Um,
Yeah.
so what is that at? Is that 130,
129.
129? And I just screwed up order there, but yellow's at the bottom.
On to Zach.
Pass.
129. Spend the money.
Oh, you are buying it.
He can buy 2?
I know it's.
You had that much money?
Yeah,
He only bought 2 of his own share.
I bought 3,
Yeah, how much did he come out
and
of the market?
then
How much? Oh, he had 129 times 2.
Zach brought it last SR, so he put 144 in.
No, I'm saying Tanner had over 546, right? He had 550 something. He had 550.
Oh, he did. Whoa.
I was 550
Yeah,
coming out of
Yeah.
550 is a really
the
good
auction.
number.
That's good.
That's an awesome number. Uh, that's a gross number. I hate that number so much. I will. When do I want to go? I don't think I can sell. Sell. I pass.
Hey, this concession, it has a value of 50. Can you buy that in or anything, or is that
Nope,
what
it's
is this?
only if you don't use it, it goes to the bank, and then anyone can buy it out of the bank for $50.
If you don't use it, like if you don't float that company
Yeah, correct.
by
That stock round.
round 4?
No,
Oh,
buy the
that
stock
stock
round
round.
that you own it. Yep.
Okay.
It's
Yes.
a rule that doesn't come up that often. It can happen with the SFTC, and in the full game, it can happen with like the minors that start in the beginning.
Okay.
On to Zach.
I still
Or no,
pass.
or it's on to Tanner. I'm sorry, I skipped you, Tanner, with your question.
No, you're good. And then I will buy. I'm just saying blue company.
Yep, blue is what we call it, or the SFTG, or the safety G.
And then I will.
Tanner's
That'll
seat is
be
so good.
that'll be it for me.
Very good. Yeah.
Cool. I assume
Yeah,
I'll
but I have
pass
no
it.
money in my company, so
That is a dangerous. You're
I
in a
need to figure out
dangerous
how to get a.
game.
Yeah.
It's not a terribly dangerous game. You know how you figure it out? You just sell shares of your company.
Yep.
He's got to take
Um,
money.
I took the money into my personal bank like a cheater. All right, is that it?
Yep, I think so, because everyone's going to pass, so it's
So
on
Zach
Zach.
gets priority, which is cool for me, I think. On to Mike.
I wanted to not. Alright, that's okay.
Yeah, you
Run
should
another
have
2.
sold. I wonder if you should have sold.
I wonder if I should have bought another 2. The other thing.
You don't have me, you see.
Anyways, so I can lay.
Yeah, you get to start the best miners or the best
Wait, that's a
non-historical.
Y. That's a Y. That's a Y. That's a Y. Alright.
Put your hands up.
We gotta count how many times I'm gonna accidentally grab the tile instead of the bag when I'm trying to lay
Right.
drag.
Oh, Garrick samples up in the stream, watching the stream. Garrick, the teach was over an hour. It would have been an hour and 10 minutes if it were full. You probably made the right decision. Mike, did you take your $20?
Oh, good point.
Gotcha. I gotcha, brother.
Whoa.
Cheater.
Take more. All right. So then I can run two trains. So I'll run one from Milan to this Y tile. So that's $90, and then the other one. So ports don't count, dits don't count. So that's 60, 70, 100. So 190 is not bad, but not as good as it could have been. So I'll pay it out.
So the big tension here is that, Mike's run is way worse than it would have been. On the other hand, he now gets to start minor or not a non-historical in better locations than he would have.
Yeah, so I will buy the first 3. Do I want to buy 2? Oh my goodness.
Ooh, it's a dangerous game.
Hold on.
So
I think
dangerous.
I took 19 and then you hit a payout button and I got 19.
Yeah, but send that 19 back. Yeah,
All right, cool.
it's
All
all
right,
automated.
It's all yeah.
cool.
All right. Ooh. Oh. Oof. I don't think I need to because I know
Game has so many hard decisions.
it would be super greedy. Like I know you're probably gonna buy a 3. Zach will definitely. I could get.
Oh shoot, I just got money for I didn't have money for a 3, did I?
Yeah, you didn't, and I
Oh, I
do.
would have. I would have if I ran. Right. That's the other thing you have to do the math on is if you would have money for a 3 when you run, it's it can be very hard.
Oh my goodness! If I just full greed. Don't do it. All right. I'm not gonna do it, anyways. But I
I
will.
think there's a so Mike's thinking about whether he buys two threes. Threes are typically terrible in 4-player 1841 Lite. The thing is, Tanner does not have money for a 3, but Zach has money for a 3. So threes might not be terrible, and if threes aren't terrible, Mike's IRSF shares are insane. But Zach has one, and Tanner has one, and Joe would probably buy one as well. So it's an interesting tension about what to do because they are bad. You can just lose the game. Mike has the magic number of shares, 3, so that he's only going to be stuck with one presidency. But that means there is going to be this nice juicy token probably just sitting there, frozen. All right, on to your boy.
Oh, I gotta do all my other stuff, right?
Oh right, you gotta start a
I
company
have so
and sell
many
shares.
things. How many shares do I want to issue?
And
Uh,
I didn't say this. So Mike does. Oh, you don't move up. You spin, right? You
no,
only. Oh,
no.
you ran for
Yeah,
190.
yeah,
Yeah, Mike
190.
moves up.
Yeah.
I didn't say this during the teach, but you can never buy your own shares back from the bank. I didn't say that. I apologize, Tanner.
Like, there's no redeeming. Yeah. Right?
Yeah, the company doesn't buy them
Yeah.
back.
Got it.
So once your company sells them to the bank pool, your company can ne'er buy them back.
That was the least of my worries, but
Yeah.
I appreciate the apology.
Listen, you're hanging in. It's
I'm
good
only
so
gonna
far.
issue
It's
3.
OR2, Joe. Come on.
Listen, I've seen Zach bankrupt in OR2. Don't worry about it.
I have. Yep, that happened.
I don't think so.
All right, so I'm gonna issue 3 shares. So this will bump it down 1, 2, 3 spaces. So the thought is I'll get 144 times 3. So I'll take 1, 2, 3, and then I can use that money to take the presidency of to start another company, and I could par it at 216. Which one do I want to take? I just love the. Where is it? Where is it? Where's my boy? There it is. The Ratfink.
Traffic.
Ratfink. Gotta do it. I'll start this. I'm gonna buy. So I'm gonna par it at 216. So that's 432, which hey is the exact amount of money I just did. So I will spend that. The IRSFF will take the presidency. I have to buy tokens, so I will buy 2. So that's $100, and then I will put them both out. I think I definitely want this one. But I've never started this first. I actually don't want to put this second one. I could put it nearby, but I feel like I want to put it here. I think I want to put it there because I know it's like a really good spot for anyone trying to connect to Milan.
It's weird. So this is a great spot, but you're also likely to probably not have this company.
Yeah, that is true.
You know, you might, but you might not. It depends on what you do in the next stock round. But that I think Parma is the best token in the game. I could be convinced that it's Regione Emilia, because at the end of the game that's the best token. But I think yeah, exactly. I think
Yeah.
this is the best, and this is basically mandatory.
Okay.
You could come to the Y, but I think that's better.
Then that is all of my turn. So now we're on to the safety G.
I upgraded T, and I like this DIT, which I think is
Uh,
what I want
uh,
to do.
Mike, so you just opened a non-historical major?
Yes,
did.
Is that
so
correct?
because I bought the 3 train, we are now allowed to start non-historical majors. So I use the IRSFS to.
But only outside of Austria, and
Yes.
Austria, this border still exists. Everything above that border is Austria.
So basically, only these 3 spots are left,
NG.
or this spot here. That's it.
And in the
Okay.
stock round, if you wanted and had the money, you could open a non-historical major, just like we opened the majors. Um, so like say Zach decided he didn't want to start the SFTC, he might have just invested, sold down, and then started a non-historical in the stock round. I ran for 160. I think that's what I want to do. My other option would be build to here and run for a lot less, right? Be like 40. This is really good for the SFTN, but
Yes,
Diana only has
sir.
1, 2. So it'd be like 50, 70, and 40. That sucks. Okay, so I'll do that. So I run for 70 and then I run for 90. So 160. I'll move up. I'll definitely buy a thing. Buy a 3. I should have just taken the rest of my turn while Mike was explaining his turn. So I buy a 3. Man, these higher SFF shares, dope.
That could be crazy.
They're only so good because you didn't buy the extra token. I have 107. You went to 144, Mike. What's your new company at?
Oh yeah, that's a very great point. 216.
Right. So I'm at 107. I would like to get to there. That's not a number, you idiot. Need to get to 432. Minus 107 is 325, and I'm at 144. Times 2. 144 times 3. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna sell 3. I don't even know if this is right. I've just started doing it, but I kind of don't even. I kind of like just selling all of them. So that puts me at 118. What number is that? Okay, I don't hate it. So again, this is incredibly similar to Mike's turn. I literally just hit 144 times 3, like that would work. So I'm at 539. I will spend 216 times 2. I'll start the old Antifa. I don't even know if Antifa is okay anymore, but I'm gonna call it the Antifa. It'll start at the Antifa. It'll start it at 216. It'll have 2 tokens, and they'll be 25 apiece because I'll start it around Mike.
Oh, whoops! I
Uh,
pay too much for my tokens.
It'll have 1 token in Reggio Emilia. And that's it. I apologize to any Italians watching. It's not supposed to be offensive. I just can't speak Italian. And that's it. So now, just to highlight, I know Mike already highlighted this. Safety G is the president of the Antifa. Antifa has a token floating around and $382. On to the SFTN, which can lay 1 track because it only has 1 token.
And can that track cross the Austrian border, or is
It
that
can. You
border?
can cross the border. You cannot token across a border.
Got it. Okay.
Before the 2, you can't build across the border. We're in phase 3, so you can indeed cross the border.
Phase 2, you cannot cross the border.
Phase 3, you can.
Okay, and then you can never token across it, or
Well, once the border will come down on phase 4
to
It's
the
only
but
by the
to the
4 trains.
orange.
to the orange, correct? But you
Got
can
it.
never
Okay, and
ever
then you can
token
start
across the
tokening.
border. Yep.
So I'm trying to think. I only have 2 tokens.
This is where, yeah, lots of.
So some people think tokening Milan is important. Other people think tokening around Milan is important. Both of those things can be true.
You definitely want to hit Milan.
I don't think you should
Yeah.
token yet because we don't know
I'm not
what's
gonna
important
token
yet.
yet. I'm trying to see what if I upgraded this tile. It's
Oh,
just up to a 30.
yeah, it's
Is
not a
Yes.
that
bad.
is that true?
Yeah,
Just to get an extra, squeeze out an extra 10 out of my single 2 run.
yeah, it's not a bad
Um,
play. You almost
But as far as
assuredly want to cut Zach off with
Which
that
is why
upgrade.
Zach's play was so greedy.
So greedy.
Yep.
I mean, it's not
Yeah, I realized
crazy.
it after the fact.
Oh yeah, it's crazy greedy. You should just change it to this, Zach.
Yeah, that's
Raise
really
one
where
going
I'm
Just
up.
please, yeah,
the
just do that.
alternative is for it to be.
Which I mean, you're hitting the T tile. Which
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care which one you do, but you should definitely change your
Yeah.
tile like.
Yeah, it's definitely getting changed. I just want to make sure that's kosher because
Yeah, it's
Yes.
I've been
kosher.
thinking about it for like
You
the
could
last 10
probably
minutes.
just decide to stop playing if you didn't do that.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was thinking. I'm like, I'm farted. I'm not
Yeah.
doing
All right.
well after
You just
that.
have to spend. You have to spend 50.
Yeah, that's fine.
retconning is cool. Cool.
I'm just gonna spend 100 because I'm gonna end up doing another.
How
The
do you
other
have so
one.
much? Oh, you have so much money in your company too.
Who,
Yep.
me?
No, Zach.
Mm-hmm.
sorry,
He only
I'm
bought
just
one,
not
two
familiar with
train.
tokens
Yeah, you should
or
have $100 left,
tiles.
Zach. You're good. The
Me?
tiles are crazy in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you probably want
I
to
think
lay if you're up. Oh, that's also yeah.
No, so take money.
pull
Take money.
pull
I bought a
Cool,
single
something like
two.
this.
I have 3 shares.
Yeah, and then you just spent another 200 or another 100.
I just spent them. Yeah, this
432.
is
You have $100 in tokens and $100 in track and $100 in trains. Leaves 132.
So I'm
Yep, that's a
gonna
good
but I
lay.
bought. Oh, okay. I think yeah, I know what happened.
So how do I do this payout? Is that 90 for the full payout and then smash that payout button?
Yep, you'll actually run for 100 though, because you'll hit this dit as well.
Yeah. You can pick it up for free.
Because you hit it for free.
Isn't
So
that
you'll
still 90?
well
6,
then you'll hit this
7,
dit.
8, 9. Oh, you can okay, the dit. I got it.
Yep. Easy peasy. Very
Payout.
cool.
And then
Then you get to do the fun stuff.
the fun stuff. I
It's
cannot even
basically
afford a 3,
staring death in the face.
but I'm going to issue a bunch of shares. Let's see.
Oh, is
I
there
did
any
not
way?
run for 129, so I don't move up, but I just stay in place.
Yep.
Correct.
And how many shares can I issue? 5 max, right? Because the
5.
bank pool limit.
Just 5, just
5
20.
max.
Yeah,
So
not 10.
let's issue them all. Let's do it.
That sounds smart.
1, 2, 3,
So much
4,
cash.
5. So 129 times 5. Thank you.
It's a lot of money.
And then,
645.
645. Thanks. You said it.
Mhm.
I still just had to be in my own little world.
Like you
Take money.
definitely should have bought another 3.
I definitely should have. I'm wondering if I should do something else now because I did that,
I
which is
legitimately wonder if I should have bought another 3.
as
Oh, I
greedy.
couldn't.
But
You couldn't. I can, but I could do something else that's
I can't buy a
relatively
train now. That
stupid.
was
Yeah, no,
before I issued.
correct.
But I can open a company.
You definitely can.
And so what are my token options?
You can either put 1 token in G, or 2 tokens here or 1 token here. G looks good. It's not a
It
very
does
good
look good.
token.
Okay.
Because it's very expensive. So you'll notice it's 50 to upgrade, 100 to lay that, and then you can connect it to SFTN. On the other hand, it's easy to connect to merge into. It's just
This is
expensive.
true.
This route at the end of the game is very good if you get to the end of the game. If you don't
I'm
get to the
trying
end
to
of the
get
game,
to the end of the game.
so G can be good. I think G is a trap. On the other hand, Medina is not great either.
Does it matter? Is there a difference between any of these companies, or do I just choose my favorite color?
Nope. Whatever your favorite color is, or if you have a funny name for them.
Yep.
The funny name.
I'm
That's
going
the way
back.
to go.
The only other difference is G tokens will be $50 a piece, and Medina tokens will be $25 a piece.
Because of proximity.
Right, because there's nothing within 2 hexes of this, and there is track. Oh no, you know what? Oh, this is
I'm
this
not
track.
going G anyways.
I like it.
So
G's the worst.
It's
It's a
let's
trap.
go. So I'm gonna
I
buy.
get the worst.
You can buy up to 4.
I'm gonna buy 2. I'm gonna par it at the same y'all parred it for. What is that? 216. So that'll be 432.
See, and this is where I like issuing more shares. Like, I keep doing this, but then I could just have another $432 in my, like, another fucking $300 there. Anyway,
I know.
And then
That's
that
where
goes
it's.
into the company,
this is CFCC, right?
and then I'm gonna drop it on Medina.
Very cool. And spend $50. Or you can buy more than 2 tokens.
You can. They are cheap now.
It's 50 per.
No,
25.
25.
Oh, 25 per. So 50. I'll do 75. Let's get another one. So spend money,
Oh, wrong
and
token. Where's
and then you place one on the stock market. Thank you. Where do I get another spare token from?
where did you grab the CFC?
It was right here.
Just copy and paste it. I'll just copy and paste it. We're good. Okay, cool.
Cool. Thank you.
And
And then
on
I
to
think I've done everything I need.
you're good. On to Zach.
Cool.
All right. So as we discussed, I changed my tile lay over here, spent the $50. So rather than running northeast, I'm running southeast, and I paid the $50 for that. Gonna lay this gentle dit right below it for another $50. That's going to allow the SFTC to run for a cool hundo, but it's just gonna spin in place right there. So let's pay out that hundo. Then we're going to issue shares. We
Oh, are you gonna
will.
buy a train?
No, I can't afford the 3. I should buy the. I'm gonna buy the 3 because my 2 will rust come next turn, and so I'll
Maybe.
spend the 200. Yeah, I think it's going to, considering there's the 3 new companies that just opened. Seems likely. So I'll spend 200, leaving that company with $2, but I'm going to issue 1, 2, not an entire charter, 3 shares. 3 shares at the at 129. Yeah, it's at 129. So it goes down to 1, 2, 3, down to 107. So at 129 times
While
3.
Zach's doing that, someone had a question in the Discord. You can lay to Switzerland. You simply can't ever token or open a company there. That's it. You can that tile will eventually get laid and we'll run trains. It's just it'll never have a token in it of any kind.
You know, I'm going to make that 4 shares. Yeah, make it 4 shares.
4 shares. Whoa, 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 whoa.
4
Is
shares.
that entertaining enough? Is that entertaining enough?
Are you not entertained? It'll drop one more down to 90, and that gives me 516.
I'll bring an actual air horn next time.
Thank you, thank you.
Sitting on my desk.
Oh my god, 4 shares.
And then it is going to buy a company.
Just clip the mic.
Also, it'll buy ILTF. Buy 2 shares.
Ilts.
I jump you. I help
Two-
you.
At
Cheater.
216.
Just straight cheating. Zach's just putting shares right into his hand.
I mean, I didn't put anything in my hand.
You did. You put the ILTF share in your hand, then I took it out. I uncheated for you.
Okay. Oh, right. It goes right there. You are correct. So it's going to buy for 216, pay for 2 shares. So 216 2 times. Spend money. And then it will take money. And then it will buy. It's just going to buy a loan token, and it's going to have to pay $50 since this tile's right here. And that's right there.
Old G. Old greasy
Old
G.
Yep. So we'll spend that money,
Ain't nothing but a G thing.
and it
It
lays.
is though. It is something. It's no. It's dirt.
Cool. All right.
Cool.
Well,
On to the stock round with Zachary.
yes. To me.
That's got
It's
58
$58.
bucks, 4 shares.
Yep. I'm gonna pass.
On to Mike.
Oh man, so this is what I was thinking. I could do something dumb-ish, risky. Let's call it risky instead of
Oh
stupid.
no.
I could buy another IRS FF share, so that would put me on the hook when they split. It's basically my thought. It's basically like me being more invested in the threes because I will be keeping a three in
Both companies,
yes,
possibly.
which is risky, but it is such a good token. I did get this token, so I could potentially merge later on.
Listen,
It would just depend on how
if
fast
it's
the
a game,
train is.
this is a game where it would work. You got it for cheap. The trains are moving really slow. The trains are probably going to speed up.
So I think I'm gonna try it out. So how much is it now for a share? It is 118. A little bit crazy. We'll see what happens.
Crazy dog, crazy. Question is, are these twos gonna run?
18.
Are these twos
I
gonna
don't know. That's the other thing too.
run? Really depends on all of us. You're not gonna buy a 3. I'm certainly not gonna buy a 3. But Tanner and Zach,
Wait, there's 3 companies up here parred, right? That
there
you
should be a
if
4th.
4.
4.
Yeah, but Mike's
Oh.
definitely not gonna buy a train or need to buy a train.
I would
And
like to run my twos.
I probably won't lay a token
I see.
or a tile. But eventually, ironically, you do want to be able to force buy. What do I want to do? What do I want to do? Are these twos gonna run? Does it matter? Does it matter? With what I do? Do I want to do that? Do I want to do that? I think I do want to do that. Absolutely. So I'm gonna just flip this and be done. Oh, I can't.
Oh.
You can't. I have to. Right. It's sell by. I forget. Let me read it. Bum, 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 yum, ba-da, yum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-da. I probably should have said this when we did the stock turn. During the stock round, each player starting with priority card holder can sell stock and then either buy or start a corporation. It's sell by. But I'm probably gonna buy one anyway. All right, I will buy this out of the market for however much it is.
Yeah, but then I'm definitely gonna buy a three.
103. Okay, on to Tanner.
Uh,
Ooh, that is a beautiful number.
who are you talking to, me?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Mike, that's a good number too. This number. Don't like. Right, like that's why I should have just issued more. Anyway. Zach and Mike, have you thought of your 8th favorite fruits?
My 8th favorite or my 8th favorite?
8th.
My 8th. My 8th.
Well, Tanner
I
thinks.
think I went with an orange.
Well, don't say
What?
it. Don't spoil it.
What?
I mean, you
Gotta
have
have
a single.
orange.
Oh yeah.
That's like top 3 for me.
Orange?
Jeez.
Oranges are.
Citrus.
Oh no, oranges are
fruits?
great.
Oh
Yeah, yeah.
god.
All right, Tanner. I
Number
stalled as long
8.
as I could.
Yeah, I'm passing. Sorry.
I'm gonna pass, and I'll be right back. Pass. Be right back.
I'm gonna sell that.
Oh, so rude.
Come on, rude Jojo, don't you give it up.
Super rude.
And then I think I'll just buy this out of the market.
I was gonna do that same thing. I was scared to get 2 shares in your company because I have no idea what kind of wacky shit happens in this game.
Yeah, you definitely don't want 2 shares in anyone's company.
There's no
That's a
money in
very,
that
very,
company.
that's a very easy way to die. Eventually you can do it, like in the later game, but right now it's a great way to die. Because it's not very hard for companies to just buy all the things from other companies. On to the 3, which is Tanner.
Pass.
I'm going to assume Zach passes because he walked away. To
He did
Mike,
say
I'm
pass.
passing.
I'll pass.
I'm sad. Oh, now I gotta think about what I'm gonna
Tanner
do.
gets priority. All of these go down, which again, I forgot to teach because I'm bad at this game. And on to Mike with the old Finky boy.
Because they have at least 1 share in the bank pool. Is that it?
Correcto. Yep.
The ret.
Did you say they go down by 2 in the teach?
They go down by 2 if they're frozen.
Got it.
And
And that
again,
means the president
frozen.
shares in the bank pool.
I
Yeah.
don't think I want
Either
to delay.
the other way that you can be frozen is if the company that owns you's president shares in the bank pool. That's not explicitly stated in the rules, but everybody kind of agrees that that is the rule.
Can you say that again?
If somehow a company is owned by a company and that
Mm-hmm.
company is frozen,
Got it.
then the company underneath it is frozen, even though its presidency is technically not in the bank pool.
Okay.
It can happen with forces and stuff.
In the right area. Yeah, that.
His name was Michael. He's got no good decisions.
No, because if you buy this 2 over, you get to run an additional 2, and then get to buy the 4, which will split me. I guess I still have 2 shares. I'll be here, but I sucks.
It's terrifying
This is
for you to
so.
end with no train to buy into the SFL because you bought that second share.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy a 2 over because I don't think it's gonna run anymore. I'm just debating on if I should try to do this so that way I can possibly delay buying another train as much as possible. Ah, why did I buy that extra share? Who told me to do that?
I think it was fine.
Yeah, I've never.
We have 2 ORs, FYI.
We do. So I'll do that lay instead, and then I'll buy a 2 over for. I want to make sure I split so I can get all the cash so I can buy. Go down. How many 2 trains? That's crazy. 4 trains. Oh, it's so bad. But let's just do it. We're gonna.
If you get both force, it's like insane.
It might happen. It depends on what you do. I don't know what you're doing. I'll do it for 2. I'll do it for 200. Leave it like that for now. Okay.
I think I'm probably doing something very similar to what you did because I don't think I want to buy a 3. I don't know what Tanner and Zach are gonna do.
Me neither.
That's why these games are great.
Should have put 2 tokens down. That was stupid.
That's funny. I wish I kept the token.
I want the 4s to go. I can't put enough money into it, right? Where'd my calculator go? Let's see. I can do some math. This is gonna run for a shitload, an S load. Oh man, but am I gonna just do that and not give that to Tan? I mean, it doesn't matter. Tanner can do it anyway, so it'll run like, my gosh, 10, 20, 100, 60, 10, 20, so 280, so that's 28. Sorry, I have to do math. 28 times 3 is 84. Oh, plus 107 is 191. Oh, 191 plus 382 is 573 minus 200 minus 350 but is there a world in which I want all those threes? There isn't a world, but this is a world in which I can possibly make that decision. And I think what you did is pretty greedy.
Oh yeah.
Because
Actually,
you'll split, it'll be trainless. This will run. SFL will fall back and have the 4, but then this won't have the 4.
well, if somebody buys the 4, this will split the SB. No.
No, the SFL will get the SB will get the 3, and the SFL won't have the train, and then the
Yeah,
SFL can
so
buy
the
4.
SB will have to buy a 4, at least, maybe 2. Maybe I'll buy 2 and then buy 1 down or 2 down, like buy the 4 and 3. It just depends on what everyone else does. But it could be super greedy, yeah.
All right, this is. I'm just gonna buy 2 up for 381. Um, man, but like, do I just want to buy the 3 now? Because that incentive. Do I want to buy the 3 now? Then Tanner buys the 3. Then Zach definitely buys a 4. All right, I'll just do that. And be done. Oh,
That's
but
me.
I run before. Well, I'm gonna sorry, I'm gonna lay a tile. I'm kind of a jerk. I didn't say that. Um, man, is that really what I'm gonna do? Yeah, because I get to go before you, right, Mike?
Uh,
And then you could possibly buy 2 4s, right? Like 618 times. Shit, yeah, you could. You have 1 share, but there'll be more shares.
there will be, yeah.
I don't think you can buy 2 4s because you'd have to probably withhold because you're gonna lose 10% of that.
That's true. That is true.
Um,
It's not gonna run for that
so
much.
I think I'm fine with that. All right, I will pass like that, and then hope that someone buys a 3 because they only have a 2 or a 3-2. I don't know. All right, I pass. I'm done. On to everybody falls back. We did that. Okay, on to Tanner with the cool fried cool chicken. I don't know. I don't know. I'm no Adam. Rip Adam.
Cool fried cool. Oh
Um,
my god. Well, now that's what that is, so.
Cool fried cool
Now
chicken.
it's gotta be.
Oh man, that chicken is so cool. Oh, but it's also fried.
Everyone loves cold fried cool chicken or
all
extra
right,
double cool.
let's try that.
Ooh.
Just sounds like some weird, like, off-brand Dorito flavor. I don't know.
Cool fried cool chicken.
Buy the 3.
Chocolate fudge cheesecake.
And
Oh, that's way better. That's way better.
Is it better
moved
than
it
cool fried
back.
cool chicken?
I mean, as far as something I
Oh,
would like.
Tanner, that's a threat. Why you got to threat? Now I got to lay a tite over here or something. I wasn't even gonna lay that tile. I was like, I should just not even lay this tile. All right,
It's
Um,
cool. It's cool. I like that. I'm cool with it.
cool. Are you cool fried?
and
You cool?
Cool fried cool chicken.
Cool.
um, 157.
Cool fried cool.
The 5s rush the 3s.
The 5-0 3s.
Yes.
And
Mhm.
depending on what people do,
That-
they could come very quickly or
That could
very
happen
not.
very fast.
Good.
You can buy.
Um,
You can also buy a share. You have enough money.
You could. Yeah.
a share. So CFCC, you're saying buy a share of just anything except its
'cause
own.
you know it'll probably run. Something will make money.
Uh huh.
That's it. So
Yeah, I gotcha. Only one at a time, right?
correct.
Does that happen before or after I issue shares?
After, but you cannot sell shares right now because it is its
Because
first
it's
authorization.
first.
Yep.
Okay. Um, I'm trying to see. I know you're just talking through the order of what's bound to happen.
Yeah, this money really isn't doing anything. So it's pretty safe to buy someone that's gonna run. Like my shares are gonna run well.
Yeah.
My share is gonna run well.
I probably should have bought a
You're
share.
safe as long as you only own one. Again, you definitely don't want to own. If your companies own 2 shares of something, you can get very boned because you can't really defend yourself in operating order. So that's out of the market, and like that share is probably a good buy. It'll also let you sell it, so it hurts my value in the future, stuff like that.
Okay.
It's only dangerous if you ever plan to. So like if you force buy, that's where you can really lose value because then you're only gonna get
Doing for
half of
half.
that. Yeah.
Okay. And I think that's everything for me.
On to old Ilt. Iltview.
Mm-hmm. All right. ILTIF or is it ITLF? No, ILTF. Okay. Man.
You went to G. You didn't come out over here.
You went to
Yeah.
G?
I think maybe with the SFTC you have to go to
Yeah.
G.
I just saw this,
Yeah.
this terrain cost.
Super.
Like,
Just doesn't. It's not great. I don't like it. I don't love it, but it's the life we're living. No, I don't. Ooh.
So you can lay that and you won't legally have a route. So it's a
Right.
safe tile lay. It costs 50 bones, but
I know.
classic Genova situation. Genova Scotia.
oh
All right.
man, rough.
So it does that.
There's like this. This is the sneaky way to get to this to
So
Tuscany,
good.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. And it will buy the 3.
I thought I was gonna have to go 3-4, and I was gonna do it. I was gonna do it, Mike.
So rude,
Yeah.
Jack. Zach. Zach.
I had to do it, man.
You could
Come
have
on,
made him
rude
do it.
boy.
You made him do it.
He
He would
might
have done
want those
it.
threes.
Ah, damn.
The threes might be good. They might be really bad this game. I can't tell. He did save you from having to do it.
Well, let me know when you can tell.
It's hard. It really depends on what tile you lay here. That will really determine how good the threes will be. What tile Mike lays here, that'll definitely determine it. And what Mike decides to do with the SFL, because he's gonna have to force buy.
We'll see what happens.
Oh no, you won't. You'll have to buy a 4 down or a 3 down, right?
Yeah, I'll have
Oh,
enough cash to
because you have
buy a
enough
4
money for the
down.
1-4. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. On to the super cool guy who would rather just token here, but he can't. Do I want to let? So no matter what I do, um, it's gonna be a Tanner token. No matter what. This is why I love the SFTN. All right, I will upgrade Milano. Milano. I think I'll do
Should
it
have
like that.
gone. If I went 2-2-2. Should have gone 2-2.
This is just a game of regrets. You
It
regret
is.
basically everything you do.
Oh,
It is.
The async game we're playing, I hate basically everything I've done in the entire game.
it's almost the exact inverse of games of 1870, where you love almost everything you do.
So I cannot token here because this border is still up.
I see. But once the 4 is bought, it is.
You
It
will indeed
shrinks.
be able to token there.
That's why you said
It's a pretty good token. Just throwing it out there.
It's a very good token. I'm upset with my life, but I still get to hit Milano twice, I think. So I'm gonna do that. I'm going to run my 3 and my 2 for bucks. Some Boku bucks. It'll run for I get to lay another token or tile. I think I'll just upgrade this. Okay, let's not get crazy. Thank you.
I mean, you're not going to live for that future where that run might be open.
It'll be open eventually in brown.
Yeah.
You're on the 2.
So I'll run for a bunch.
Yeah.
I'll run for 90 and 100 plus 20 plus 10 plus 60 plus 10, so 290. I think that's right. I will pay out. I
Yeah,
will.
280,
It's another 10
20,
somewhere,
30.
right? So this is 100.
Oh wait, I missed the dip. Oh,
Yeah, I
yeah,
also missed the dip because I said 90 like a joker. Um, right. There's no reason not to do that. Tanner can always just upgrade it and token. So
yeah.
it's like I
You
might as well hit it while it's hot.
getting $100. Yeah.
I'll buy a 4. So the 2s will rust, and then we'll do the old Ferdinand will leave.
All right. So this
I might
is
buy a 2 down first. Let me see. Sorry.
okay.
Um,
I'll just get it ready.
it's 225. I can move that 225 up, or I can buy a what's the name? Tanner's gonna run. Tanner, this is not gonna run, right? Yeah. SFTN's not gonna run. SB will run. SFL won't run. Superfly Too Cool will run. Or I can buy a share of this, which won't run, but it'll give it. So that's not any different than me just buying the 2 down. Um,
Zach, you're ready to grab my 2 train.
Oh, my hands it just happened to be there.
I think I will buy the 2 down for 224.
But the 4 is bought, right?
Yeah,
2s are
I'm
gone.
doing before I bought I had enough train space to buy the 2 and the 4.
He's cheating.
I bought the 2 first.
Yeah.
I think I do that. I think I do that. But no, I'll just buy a share of something that's gonna pay. I'll buy a share of this out of the bank. All right, so I'm not gonna do that.
For
So
making
I'll
things less complicated.
have a buck.
All right.
Okay.
So the split happens. So it it's $618. That's you round up or down, doesn't matter.
Round down.
So the SB will get 556.
Really what I want to do?
We'll get 62.
Sure sucks.
So the SB gets the better share, so it'll take the only share that the IRSFF has, and then it also gets the better train. It'll also take the only train it has. We replace the tokens.
Sessions go away.
Yeah, concessions are gone. Oh, did I take my $20?
I don't know.
I don't think I took my $20.
Was this our third stock round? No, you didn't.
No. I did, right? Yeah. All right.
No, I don't think you did. But maybe you did. I don't know.
I don't think he did.
Okay.
I don't remember us saying.
Yeah,
might
I don't
take
think
your
you did.
concession. And that's usually how that works.
So then we do share exchange. So I have to exchange for both presidencies because I have 4 shares. And then we go to the 2.
To me, I will take an SB. To the 3, which is Tanner. Tanner, you can take an SB or an SFL. SFL is this
Yeah,
one. SB is this
SB.
one.
SB is for me.
And Zach.
Well, like everyone else, the SB is where I would like to be.
And then we go to the market. So there's 2 shares in the market. So that just is nice and even. So Each of them gets replaced by one of each of the companies, right?
Yep.
Right.
Now everyone is offered. You pick. Well, you can buy up more tokens if you want.
I do get one additional token in each.
Yep.
I'm
Yep.
not going to
Yep.
buy
Yep. Yep.
any more.
Now there's a mandatory. What's the name? Buying round. So you pick which company to offer first. It's only you and the SFL, so you, you can do that first or second, and then or the SB, and that's mandatory.
Oh, so you're. Oh, okay. Shit.
Yeah. So you
Doesn't matter which
decide.
one, I guess, in this
Well,
case.
we do one, and you just do a round. The
All right,
one
so
round is
the
mandatory.
SFL. Would anyone like to buy a share?
We can't. No one has a share of it. It's only you.
Oh, then no, I can't. I can't even afford one. And same thing with the SB. Only you can, right? And you're a company.
I can't because I don't have a share, but my company can. Will my company? I think it will.
Oh wait,
Because
I'm
you
at
can't.
86. Oh, I can
Yeah.
buy a share. Oh
Yep.
shit. In that case, I'm gonna. Do I have to buy it from market or matter?
I think you have to buy from the IPO.
Oh, in that case, yes, I will buy a share from the IPO of the SB.
And it goes into the share. Obviously, it's just if I buy, will that put it over the 700? And then do I care? Like you can go if you go 2 4s. How good is that? It's
Do
pretty
I just
good.
blow up? I don't know. Maybe I do. Maybe I
Oh,
don't. All right, then this
um,
is just gone.
what happens? Okay, so now we do share buys. You bought a share.
I bought a share, yeah.
Am I gonna buy a share? You're at 642. There'd be 3 there. You're gonna run for depends. You're gonna run for 40 plus 20 plus 10 plus 30 plus 10 plus 20 is 13. 13 times 3 plus it's 39, which is enough anyway. Oh, no, it's not. That'd be 681. If you lay that V, it's got to be worse, right? Oh, you know what? Maybe not. It's 30 and 10 and 80. That would be, sorry, 40 plus 30 plus 10 plus 80 is 160. 16 times 3 is 48 plus 640 something is 690. So you'd have to withhold to get 2 4s. If you got 2 4s, that might be effing crazy
Oh my god.
because it depends on
Oh
what
my
10 you're
god. I thought
dealing.
fours were 300. Oh my god. I would. Okay.
250.
Yep. I would have. Whatever. Doesn't matter.
I think your two.
But
I mean, 2 4s would
it
still be really good.
it does matter because I would have put $50 more into the IRSFF, but like
With what?
from the rat.
Oh, you can just do it.
Okay. Thank you. I thought they
Oh,
were
right.
only.
So you're not gonna miss, right?
Yeah. So
So
then
then,
this should get
yeah, right. It
50.
just has the money. So then the question
I
is,
got
if I buy
45.
2 shares, is there anywhere I can be screwed? We'd have to get back to the stock round for me to be screwed. You're definitely gonna run. So I think I'll just buy another share.
It's 86.
Can I become the president? No, I'm so close.
That would be that'd be nuts.
Okay. Yeah, I bought a share.
Okay.
Tanner can then buy a share if he wants. Tanner does have priority.
Yep. Let's do it.
Buy
86,
smart.
right?
Yep. 86.
Yep.
Free money.
It basically is free money. Tanner will take a little hit because because it'll ledge. So never mind. Like a small hit because I'll probably sell. But all right,
Oh, it's your
on
company. Yeah.
to Zach. Can't afford it.
Nope.
So
Ooh.
put the tokens here, and it's on to the SB. The SFTG didn't move up. Oops.
All right. Joe, you did it. Which is better, right? Laying the V or laying the dit? Probably the V, right?
Well,
Right.
the dit connects you, so that's the danger.
All right. Because I was thinking of merging
Yeah, but
too.
the V pays much more.
Okay, in that case, the V. All Where
Right,
are
because this is 30, 40, 60, and this is just 80. I think it's just better all around to not lay it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's 160 versus 130.
All right. So then the SB runs for 160.
It does.
It does.
Yeah, Mike, this is a cool spot.
Yeah. Pay out. And then blow up 5 fours. let's try it.
Whoa.
Let's
Crazy
do it.
wall.
Crazy. It's crazy. It's pretty crazy.
It's a dangerous play, but I don't hate it.
It's pretty crazy. It will move up. Flip. On the SFL will lay a mental somewhere. There they are. That's a sharp.
That's a sharp.
That is a sharp.
That's a sharp.
Pretty sharp. It'll fall back.
Play that. It's gonna fall back.
I don't like this train
I like it.
situation.
Yeah. Yeah, Tanner, it's not a great spot. It's never good to buy down a train
1, 2,
that would
3.
then be rusted by the next train.
1, 2. Making sure.
I think I'm creeping up on what y'all called the Villani death spiral.
Yes. Yes. But soon you'll be able to merge these companies.
I can't sell any of these shares either.
No, you cannot.
Oh shit! It's almost like someone spent an hour explaining the rules, and I might have forgot that one small detail. All right, I will buy. I will buy the 4. I will be semi-safe.
What are we gonna do? Buy the 3 like a maniac?
Yes, Joe, I was. I will buy the 4 though. I'll just send all cash that way, except for $1.
You are crushing right now though. Like you're up a share, and you have 2 4s.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I think it's a terrifying position,
Yeah.
but it's a really good position.
It's fun. It's super funny.
On to the SFTC.
That's me. I'm that guy. SFTC. Well, I don't want to. Got to remember to pull from the bag. Is that boy?
Oh man.
And then runs for its 100. Oh no, it runs for much more than that. It runs for 140.
And just
Yep.
to highlight, this border it now doesn't exist, so the only border is here. Companies can be opened here, and companies can be opened here. They just can't split that border. You can't token across it. You can't merge across it. Stuff like that.
Pays out. And that is it.
Remind me too. Does this count as like a border for starting new companies? So if I started a new company here, do these tile lays count or no?
They do not.
They do not. Okay.
Unless the 5 gets bought.
Huh.
Nope. I think that's that. On to the top. Oh, and it moves. Yep.
No,
Someone already got it
onto
to
SFTN.
Well,
When you put it that way. And a reminder, if the SFTN were to force buy, it would have to sell this presidency first.
I'm gonna have to force buy, right?
You can buy a 3 down.
No.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that 3's gonna rust, and then I'll just have to force buy later.
Correct, but putting this into the bank is probably not what you want to do. I don't know what you want to do, but putting that into the bank probably isn't it.
What, that
Yeah,
presidency?
I was surprised that you and Mike or you and Zach bought threes, but I guess you kind of had to.
We would have been
Well, I
running for
guess
so much if they didn't. It would have been
I
very
didn't
Yeah.
have to. Yeah.
Yeah, you
I
could have
mean I
made me
didn't.
do it, Zach.
Yeah. I could have gotten away.
Okay, as far as track, I mean I know I want a token in here.
You
Do I
probably
want to
want to try to reach.
upgrade
You probably want to try to reach this token as fast as you can.
to merge them? Is the
Yes,
idea?
yes, sir.
Um,
Put those dumbos together.
does it have to like? Can they be tokened out from each other but still have
No,
like
they have
track
to have.
connecting? They have
No,
to.
they have to
Okay.
legally be able to touch each other's tokens. Like
Okay.
you're running a train of infinite size. That's a good way to put it.
Cool. Trying to think. I think I might just upgrade this to a straight and a gentle, and try and head that way.
Yeah, that's probably the best life.
And then I'll
You know what?
throw.
I don't hate the bags because there's so many pieces of track in this game.
Good point.
I don't. I've never played 18xx on TTS, but I like this setup. It's nice.
There we go. Yeah,
There you go.
And so that is that. Uh, so you're saying I don't want to sell this because then I
because
lose complete control over this, and that's a
Mike's
bad
company will just
time.
probably buy it, or
And
someone will buy
then
it.
it's sitting on a lot of unissued money.
It is
So
indeed.
I will buy this 3 train that will rust.
I don't know
Um,
if you definitely don't want to buy it, do force buy, but I feel like that would give a lot of power to Mike.
it would. It would.
Because he would
You
then
sh-
buy it and then issue all the shares with it.
Yep, and I want to issue those shares. You should have seen the dances I was doing in my 49-9 game this weekend. It was ridiculous how many times I did not operate just trying to move money around. Um,
Yes.
Anyways, so now I'm trying to figure out I can issue shares.
You have 5 in the pool, so you cannot.
I mean, I'm trying to think with green. If I want to
Right.
send money that way, because if I don't send money that way, I'm gonna have to force buy because I can't issue, right?
And you can only force, well, you can always make a legal route by doing that. But
What's that?
I was going to say you can only force buy if you have a legal route, but you can always
I
get a
see.
legal route doing that.
Yeah, by putting a sharp right there. That's
But do I want to force buy? What happens?
Rude,
I
Mike.
have to.
I don't know if you might not want to force buy. You might not. But remember, you can't issue to get money over
Before.
here. Yeah, because of
Yeah,
trains. Force buying a 5 is usually pretty bad because 5s are pretty
because they're
bad.
not permanent.
Yeah, because they're not permanent.
Okay. I just don't know how to get money into SFTN. It's tough. Okay. I will
I don't
just
know
spend a
where you
dollar.
want the money. But the 5 will run, probably. That's it.
Um.
That's all I can say.
for how long? That's up in the air.
Cool. And that's my turn.
All right, up to the top with Mike.
And did we send it back?
No, you're right. We didn't.
There it
All
is.
right.
With the Fink.
All right. I definitely want. I'm on team. SFTN. We're trying to connect these boys. I keep grabbing the wrong tile, but here we go. 2 times in a row. There.
Go get it.
I get. Nope. Got it. Did it. Alright. That's definitely happening. Because I don't think I mind if I have a connection next round. The question is, do I want to do it? I think it's only $50 to lay this. Is anyone going to buy a 5 in the meantime?
So I could have just done a gentle dit there, huh?
Your thing was fine. Yeah, I guess Mike could have told, but then you'd have to go through Mike.
That's why I was trying to just.
And late game, you actually want to circumvent this token. This is a good token late game. What are you thinking about, Mike?
All right. I'm debating if I should start another company to try to merge, or if I should just make a connection.
And forced by a 5.
Yeah, that would just kill Zach. Like, die, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if these 3s run again, that's not really a big deal. I think I might actually just slow. Is there any way that someone could take this, even if it falls back? Do I want to just issue the shares now? I probably want to keep it super high, right? To stay static, are you in a better spot then? 5. Maybe, because you're hitting Milan. Actually really good. Shit.
Yeah.
That's really bad. I don't like any of that. Okay.
Good stuff.
Okay, I'm not gonna spend the 50. I'll take it back. I'm just gonna upgrade this tile then to is that like that. I have to buy a 5. I like don't want to buy a 5 because I don't want to get to the record. I feel like I kind of have. You're gonna get to go anyways before me.
If you buy a 5, you're gonna have to force buy a 5.
Yeah, I'd have to force buy. Like I would just
Right, so
lay
you have
this
to lay it
instead and
into,
just
yeah.
nope. We're gonna start another company. Let's do that instead. How can
It
this
would have
possibly go
been.
wrong?
I think if you force bought a 5, Zach probably would have to force buy a 5. Tanner would have to force a 6, or it would have been crazy.
Yeah, right. It would just be so. Like I think I just want to get more.
But do I want to force buy a 5?
I don't know. Do you?
Probably not.
I feel like it's better for you to keep 3s than for me.
Yeah, it's definitely better.
Okay, so I will issue shares.
I don't know if you just die if you force buy a 5 because it goes right to the 7.
Yeah, that's the thing. 195. I'm just gonna issue all of them. $975. $1,007. I can buy 3 shares at $340. Oh, a lot. A lot of fucking money. All right, effing money. All right, so I will
Art and money.
Barton money. I'll take 5 shares, put them in the market. Take the 975. And then buy 3 shares of AFI at 340. And I'll take. God, like this is still here. Like that's wild. I could start here even, but it would cost so much. But that might not matter. The
How
tokens
many?
here
I
would
mean,
be 100 apiece, right?
right.
Yep.
$100. I think I'll do that. I'll spend 200 and just put 1 token out here. Is that crazy? Should I put it here? I'm gonna put it here. We're just doing it. We're doing it. There. Okay, that's it.
All right, I do exactly Mike's turn.
Really?
Except for like only own 2 shares. Put that token there. It cost me $200. Put another token. I'm not gonna do anything with. I only don't know if I want to lay a tile. I think I'll lay this tight. Man, do I want anyone to be able to give this company a root? But I kind of want to be able to give this company a root. Because that seems terrifying for Mike. I think I can also just
Possibly.
I think I'll be able to do that, maybe. I don't know. I can't do that because I didn't have the money yet. I think I will do. Man, I could lay a tight. The tight. Do I want you to be able to give me a route?
I feel like
I
it.
think I'm fine. I think I'm fine. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do, and I might just merge around it. Yep. Okay, I'm done. On to the CFCC.
Cool fried cool chicken. Coming back to you.
Oh wait, do I want to give Tanner a root? No, he can just buy the 3 up, which would be crazy. uh, do I want to rust train? Man, if I give myself a root, I can do kind of what I did. No, I don't want to buy the 5. All right, I'm done. I think Mike, I might be giving you too much rope though. But you may have hung yourself.
I think I might have, but we will see. It
But I think
depends
maybe
on
not.
what happens with everybody
Yeah.
else.
I think that's what I want to do.
Man, I think I wanted you to buy the 5, I think.
So then I'm moving
Oh, I
back.
have to put that at 350. Yeah, thank you.
2, 3, 4, 5. I'm doing the same shit because groupthink.
Because it's
Good
fun.
way
We
to
need
get
money.
Oh shit! I was trying to get that at the bottom, but
Oh, game's so. Why did I
oh
put
my
this in my
god!
top 5? So good.
Because you hadn't played it
That's
enough.
probably why.
So that was 175 times 5. So 875.
Man, what did I want to do? What did I want to do? What did I want to do?
So if I want to open another company, what are my token options? Is it just that? Or
here,
I can
or
hit up here.
yep.
Yep,
any
you
of
can go
these.
up here.
This
Just
one.
remember you can't merge until the 5. You
Okay.
can go here or here. Or any of these. They're just 200 apiece.
Oh,
Or here. That's 200 apiece as well.
200 apiece for the token.
So you
Yep,
spend
so
it.
4.
Yeah.
400.
Or you could start a miner. Oh, that's
Yeah.
Can't merge until the 5. Everyone's kicking the
Who's gonna buy this
kicking the
5?
can down the.
I should have bought a 5.
I think it's.
I don't know.
I
Should
think
I
I should
buy
have bought this
5?
3 ore. Why did I not buy this 3 ore too? That was silly. Michael, what are you doing?
I may have bought the 5 if you did that, not to be a bag.
Oh, okay.
That actually would have changed probably my turn.
Because, well, yeah, then we would have been in the same
It's so much better for you.
spot. Yeah.
So
I
my
just assumed it
options
was
are
gonna rust.
basically I can buy the 5 and then try and merge these two before that 5 rusts, basically. Or if I open a new company, I'm
Well, you
kicking the
can't.
can down.
You can't buy. You could force buy a 5. You can't buy a 5.
That's right.
You can also sell this share if you want. You don't have to. It's just a thing.
Um, when you force buy, you have to sell.
That share
Have to
first.
sell all the shares in the company before you can, as the president, can sell your own shares.
Yeah, well, you would actually sell all the shares in this company and then shares in this company and the money from this company, and then you go to the president.
I gotcha. Um, yeah. So I will.
No, Jay. Nobody dead yet.
No, I think Mike, if he cannot die, is in a crazy spot.
I might die. It depends on what everybody does. I could easily explode.
Yeah, you could die on the 7.
Because even if I merge both of them, it's not enough.
Oh, it'll be okay.
I can't buy trains,
This is a ton of money.
so
Is.
I think I'll
It's
just do the
crazy
same
now.
thing y'all did. Open a new company.
It can't go
There we go.
wrong, really.
What other colors do I like? Let's go with this lime greenish.
I think it's just so funny. So like we all basically like just kind of sort of suitcase our
Yeah,
companies in
thanks.
this little tight area.
And then
Somebody probably should have force bought something somewhere.
Probably.
so y'all did the math, but what is this part at 349?
340.
340.
So you can buy 2 shares at 680, and then where are you going to put the token? Or 2 tokens. You can put down 2
680.
tokens.
I'll just drop one here.
So that'll be only $25 a token.
Pretty good. Cheap.
But 50 total because I have to buy 2, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so spend. Um, there's that. The president share goes into cool fried cool chicken.
Ooh, fried cool chicken.
And
On to Zach.
is that everything? Yeah.
Yeah. On a Zach.
Yep. All right. Well, lays that boy for 50. I already spent that money a while ago. Does that. It's going to run its 3 for 70. Is that 50? Or is it 40?
40.
Why is it 40? So 110, yeah, 110, 120, 130, 230.
Oh yeah, 190, 230. Yep.
Yep.
Moving up.
It,
A company moved
yeah,
up.
What?
pays out now.
Shit, it could withhold. Oh, why? It has 8 fucking shares in it. It doesn't withholding. You own
Yeah,
100% of it. Never mind.
I own a lot of it,
You own 100% of it.
and yeah, it's too much money. It's so much money.
The
Okay.
blood's nowhere, Jay. I think it's been a pretty friendly game.
Yeah,
Where's the
and
blood?
oh man,
Yeah, I played
it.
super safe, so I'm like safe for the end game, but maybe too safe, you know?
Zach, get your hand away from my sixes. All right.
Oh, yeah, I'll issue 1, 2, not a charter again. Did that like exact same thing, 3. So I'm at what? 216, issue 3 at 216. However, I am just gonna sit there with it.
Yeah.
All you needed to play, Jay. We all would have been really sad and crying at this point.
SFTG does this,
Oh, take money, take money.
runs for 390. Pays out, sells these 2 idiots. Maybe only sells one of them.
When
That
can
is not
you no longer lay 2 tiles?
5.
It's
5,
5.
5,
Okay.
5.
Okay.
Question is, do I really want to do that? That'll go, and that would be tragic. It would be actually tragic. But it's so much less money if I don't do that. Where else? I mean, it doesn't matter because Tanner went. I should have put the other token here. I might not do that. Just run for a billion less. Just 80 less. Guess that's fine. You see, all eyes on me, all eyes on me. All right. I can't do that because I mean, I guess I
It's going to
can.
run for so much less. So much less.
It's 80. I mean, it's only 80 less. What else could I do? I could do play the straight. This is so stupid. Why do I do this? I mean, it's not that stupid. You'll see. Oh, you know what? What if I do that and that? That doesn't help, you dingus. And then token, and then like go like that and that, and it would just be there.
Like upgrade and lay and then token this. What are you thinking?
Yeah, but I don't think that helps anything. Yeah, like upgrade and lay down. like this. It doesn't do anything. Just runs for less than just hitting this. But I. Alright, is there a world in which I need to even hit that? You're gonna run. You're not gonna buy a 5. You're not gonna buy a 5. Tanner maybe can force. Tanner can't force a 5. Maybe withhold some buys a 5. That's not even the grossest idea. And Zach's not gonna buy a 5. And then we're gonna go back to the top. I'm just gonna take my 325. I'm gonna be greedy.
Greedy
Lay
boy.
it. Super greed. I think that's just fine. Okay, I'm done. He goes up. I might sell. Sorry, I'm not done. I think I have to sell SB, right? I have to sell one. If I don't, you could like drop it on me. I don't know where they went. So I'm definitely gonna sell one for 80 for 95.
Mm.
I won't get it behind SFTN, right? I might buy a share too. Okay, so that's 95. I could take another 95 and have 392. Maybe just buy a share of this. And I think that's what I'll do. Okay. Nope. That's cheating.
Sold
Cheater.
in SB, right?
Okay, I saw both SBs.
Okay.
So they both go. It goes down once. All right. On to the SFTC.
SFTC. Oh, will upgrade the
Right, that play
Y.
makes so much more sense than my stupid play.
I still find this hex right here. I just find funny.
Yeah, it's gross. It's so
Like
rude.
why it exists. It
It's
exists.
like what is that hex in like this like southeast corner in 1830?
Yeah.
Is there? I don't know what city it is, but I've never seen a purpose for it.
Oh, that one you can throw a token in? Yeah, I don't know.
So it's $50
Find the city.
to upgrade it. Spend that money, and then
Oh,
run
Columbus?
for
Is it the one just south of where
Yeah.
B&O starts?
Oh,
yeah,
no, that's Washington. You can token
yeah,
that. The B and O can token it and run like a
and
bunch of trains.
then
But the one southeast of
150.
that one is just silly. Is it what's up?
Oh, Richmond?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Richmond. That's what I pulled
Yeah,
up the map.
that's nonsense.
I'll pay out there for 160. Move forward, and then yeah, that's gonna be that. Feel good. Okay. Flip it, and then over
SFL.
to
SFL. All right. Kind of wildness. What are we doing here?
Oh, yeah, see, you're fine. Oh, you can't merge this because you won't be the president. You technically can if you can afford a buy up. I didn't teach that rule. If you merge, then starting with the president, you're offered the ability to buy a second share.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh,
Okay.
you couldn't afford it, but
I could.
oh yeah, you could. Once you run, you might be able to afford it.
Well, that's true. That's true. Um.
Yeah, that is a rule. It's hard to remember.
All right. Not do that though. Right. And this has to run first before I can merge, anyways.
Yeah, the Fink can merge, the AFI cannot.
I think I still want to do this anyways, just because I think it gives me a slightly better route. I get to worry about all that crap next time. 2, 4, so run the 4 train for 70, 90, 220. Oh, I guess I could have just hit the Y. Yeah, let me just upgrade the Y. That's straight better. This was weird. So 70, 90, 100, 230.
Moves up, right?
Yeah, definitely. The 325 dollars.
He has so much money.
Crazy.
You'll have more money. Not 325, but you'll have some.
Am I getting enough money to protect this? That's my concern. If that comes up.
Yeah, because it's 432. Or no, it's not.
No, it's not.
No.
It's cheap. You'd be able to.
I just typed it into the date book. It's 342, so I could take it right now.
Oh, I could just buy another share here. I think it'd be fine.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh no, I can't take it. I only have 325, and it's 342.
Oh, duh. You don't have anything else. So I'll buy an SB for 76 then. And that's that. And then now this guy. I guess I could just do that now then, right? Yeah. So now this will go. So this is where I can lay this.
But I think I did it, right? Like, I think you're incentivized to buy a 5 now. Like, you can't let me run for 39 for the rest of the game.
No.
Like, I don't know what that does for Mike.
Yeah. I guess I could just buy the 3 order and then just threaten to be no, because you just have more shares. No. Dang, I kind of have to buy it, don't I? Because Zach's not going to kill him. Well, Zach could also. No, he's trying to buy the 6. Ugh. Do I have any way to buy it now?
Right, like I think I am pulling ahead, not.
Yeah. I just don't think there's anything I can do now, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know.
Kind of sucks. These two take this, and then next turn, this could buy the 5. I can merge these and worry about that. Okay, so yeah, I'll lay this, and then I run the 3 and the 4. That's 90, 130.
I think this is a good run too.
No.
Should be like 290, 300 maybe.
300. Oh, we're at the 4 top.
Oh no, it'll be a little less. 240.
Okay. Then I can purchase so I can merge now. These two
You can merge those
and
two.
merge these two. So, oh boy. So I'll keep the SB. Oh no, I have to pick
Oh,
another
you can't.
company.
You make a new
Oh god.
company. Yep.
All right.
So stock value SB went up.
Yep.
So stock value is 95 and 114, which is some number. Is 209, which will put you at 208. It's not bad. What are you taking?
The
CTS.
CTS. So
So
this
you'll have to you have to pay 208. To buy the next share, basically.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then I will. Yeah.
No, you'll have to pay half of 208.
So 104.
Let me make sure that's the rule, but I'm almost positive that's the rule. Who has not been claiming a player who has less than 40% is to exchange shares. The player may pay the difference to upgrade the entire holding of the presidency. They have 10%, the new CMB is 100, they'd have to pay 150. Yep, okay. So you'll have to pay half of whatever the new share is, which was 208.
So 104.
104.
And this is the CTS, right?
Yeah.
So you're allowed to merge across the border?
Uh
No.
No, I thought you were merging over here. Oh yeah, you can't do this
I
merging.
can't
Yeah,
do
good
this.
point.
No, you're
No,
100%
no.
right. I'm sorry.
Nice catch, Tanner.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Yeah, I
That's
forgot
what I'm here
that.
for.
Gonna put that back. Shit. Oh no. Would I have done anything different? These two. I'll take my money. Okay. That's just it then, because I can't issue anything, so we're just done. Alright. So on to the SFTN.
All right.
Gets to run a train. I didn't see that coming.
I get to run a train. Um, hey, what's the rule with the two tile lays with having 2 tokens?
You can lay 2 tiles right now
I didn't. All right, I didn't do that last round, but it.
until the
Um,
5.
I don't know why I'm trying to lay this non-city like an idiot. Thank you, Zach.
No problem. Here for you.
And thank you, Joe. But I
But now you
can't
can't because you'd be
can't lay that.
and you couldn't like lay you can't lay it and upgrade it.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
actually don't even know if that's a rule. Um
Um, we don't have to check now. I will upgrade this. Throw it back in here. As far as where I want to go with that, let's just do a basic three-way and
I was supposed to buy this. The rat ear.
okay, so there's my lays, and then for a 3 train, I'll go
No, it doesn't matter.
10, 13, 14,
okay, yeah.
200. 1, 2, 3.
Each
That's
tile has
200,
to be
right?
a different hex. With a 3. It should be 100 and an extra 10. So 210.
Oh yeah, I did the same thing as earlier. Just forgot that extra dit.
Yep.
All right, 210. Payout. Oh, actually, shit. I was going to withhold. Can we reverse that payout?
Yep. So you just do negative 210.
Ah, negative. Hit the payout. So let's do 210. Let's just
Don't
take that
just
money. I will buy the 5
Crazy world.
and deal with that later.
I'm happy.
Threes go away. I'm not happy. I wanted you to have to buy that 5
I'm
really
so
badly.
happy. We did it.
Sorry, Zach.
Zach is trainless.
That could be. You can
And
still merge though and be okay-ish.
Yep.
This is the ILTF.
The ilt.
Yeah, I wish. This falls back.
then thank you. And then
It falls back.
Hey, I did that.
It ran though, right?
ILTF. ILTF ran, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it already
Yeah.
ran.
Okay.
As did the SFTC.
Yep. All right. We should be good now.
Did you move the
Cool.
SFTN back though?
I did. Yeah, I moved it back. Yeah.
But it ran, right? Oh, withheld.
It withheld.
Duh. Sorry.
All right. On to the stock round with Tanner.
What the hell do I want to do?
You didn't merge, right, Mike?
I did not merge. It was illegal.
I think I could.
Could I have
taken it.
merged last round?
You could have merged, Zach.
Okay.
So
Did
I'm
you-
going
Did
to.
you
I
want to
would've.
merge?
Yeah, I would have wanted. Well, yeah, I would have wanted to merge.
Okay.
Yeah, so that would have
I
been.
think you're at
real-
242.
Okay.
Right.
And I would have had to buy up a share. Well, no, because my company owns a share.
No, you'd have to buy half a share at 242. So
So
whatever,
yeah,
121.
112,
Greedy,
121. Okay.
Michael. Oh my god, I should have. That was so dumb.
And
You want to pick the CTS because I have the token,
yeah, that works.
and then ILTF has to go back in the stack. I think it's easier just to leave it.
Right?
I've got shouted down about that.
Just
So
I'm fine with keeping whatever's
914 and 169 you put together.
914 and 169. So 914. Ooh, that's not those numbers.
This is how
For my stock turn, I sold 2 SBs for 95
You
a
said-
pop. It moved down one, and then I
You said-
bought one of SFTN. Sorry, Zach.
Oh, it's okay.
What were you saying?
Zach's not taking
No.
the CTS like a buster. What did you take?
Well, no, I would have.
No, it's
I
fine.
thought you said CTS, not CTS. I'll take CTS. That works.
This
Chicago
goes-
Transit System works. All right. So
How many tokens do you have? SFTC had 2.
I had two. It's 3 total.
It has to be.
So I have
4.
1. Has to be 4. I have to buy an extra token.
Well, you would have had 2 tokens for each. Like ILTF had to buy 2.
Right. So it was, what was it? 194.
914 and 169. And then there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 3 shares in the bank. This is my favorite part of playing in the sheets. You just hit delete.
So I have to put 3 of those boys
Fucker.
away.
Yep. 3 in the bank. And you have to pay, your 121. And it also gets, I assume it gets the 121. Let me see. I don't want to EMR. I want to do merging.
I mean, it makes sense.
You'd think it would make sense, but who knows?
This is true.
Where did I read this? I read it. Okay. To exchange to this option, I take the shares constitution. Note that any merger. Doesn't say. The new president has not been claimed when a player has pay the difference to upgrade their entire holding. So I think it'll just go to the bank.
Okay.
I'm lost. So Zach merged.
Yeah,
But
he decided to
I meant
merge
to. Yeah,
after you
I should have.
went, before you went.
Yeah.
gotcha. Cool.
Retconning's
Okay.
cool. We do it all the time.
Cool, 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 cool.
Cool, cool.
Maybe it goes to the company, Zach. I'm not sure. It's literally not in the rule book. So
I would have. All other money goes to the
the rule book, yeah, or to the
charter.
charter. Yeah, I think just put it in the
What
charter.
time is it in Italy? We'll call Villani. We'll see. Get him on the hotline.
All
I think
right, so
it's a
that
more
was
reasonable hour than it is here.
Probably.
Tanner on to Zach.
Okay.
Man, y'all are East Coast. Y'all are probably dying, man.
Eh,
I'm
it's bad
I'm
tomorrow. It's
central.
not bad now.
Yeah. I have some money. It's not a lot of money. Barely any money. 64, but it can buy a share.
Does JB know?
It
That's
can
a great
buy
question.
one of Tanner's shares. Why am I doing that? I can just do this. Hit that dollar. Single? One? Oh, you just go on my hand. There we go. That was $50.
Uh,
And it does not go to because it came out of the market.
correct.
Off to one, which is Mike.
I paid 40 for it. I don't know why, but
No.
I'm throwing an extra 10. You're right, it is 50.
Okay.
Nope, that is the company. There we go. 10.
We didn't move SB up, right? After it. We didn't move it. Should be at 95.
Yeah, I guess it should be at 95, right?
Yeah. Because it was at 95. You sold it and then it ran.
Yeah.
Okay, it's your. Stock rounds are so scary and people have cash. Yeah, want to buy an SL? I'll take it from the market. 86. Yeah. Onto the 2.
But for sure, I'd be able to. I mean, I guess I could. I can take this. I don't think Tanner can't take it back. I don't think any of you can afford to take my company.
No, your stuff's too expensive, I think.
It would be like $400. I don't think anybody can make $400 happen. Oh, Tanner would have to get 4 of them at one something at 106. So it'd be, yeah, he'd have to get 3 more. He could do it. No, he couldn't. Right. No, he can't. 106 times 3 is 318. And he would have 261 plus 50, 311. So he'd be short. Mike, you'd probably be short, right? You'd have to have like $400, which you can't get. Zach couldn't get $400. So I could sell. I could take this.
Oh my
But
goodness. So rude.
I don't know if taking that is very good. CTDA. Oh, yeah. I mean, it guarantees me a 6.
It's got. It still has all of its shares, right? In the treasury? Crazy.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, maybe that actually might be good enough to call it.
Yeah, I think so. That would probably
I
do it.
think I just steal this,
Then you get how much?
and then
Like
buy
two,
both 6s.
the 5, both 6s,
Yeah, that's probably enough.
complimentary Knight Rider along with it.
We don't have to do it.
I mean,
Um,
that makes sense.
but we've been playing for a long time, so even if we don't call it, I think it's probably an okay time to call it. We can keep playing it's just 12:30. So what I'm saying is, I would sell this and go to, where is the CFCC? Why is it not on here?
It's green.
It's under the stack on
It's way at
114.
the bottom. Yeah.
Ah, okay. So I'd go there. I'd go to 325 plus one. Was it 20 something? 127. I mean, I think that's pretty easy to defend too. So that's 452, 114, 452 minus 114. Jesus. Oh, give me 110 left over. So then I take this and this. I'd have both of them. I can go 566. You couldn't even go 7 yet. 7 would just kill you.
Hmm. I mean, I would merge. I'd have two things of liability. This
Yeah,
can still issue, so I
You
think
could, you could,
I'd survive, but I don't think I'd, with the more expensive train, I think you have better token
it's
than
probably
two.
not. So the game's probably not over, but it's probably between me and Mike. I'm gonna take off Tanner's shit, and I think Zach would be. I mean, Zach might buy 7. I don't know. We can keep playing. I guess. I mean, I feel like I have to do that, right? That's got to be better than anything else I could do.
How much do we need for 13?
I'd only be running. I could even go 566. I could sell it, buy a share that runs and another share that runs. Yeah, right. Sell it. Buy 3 shares. Sell 1. Could I defend them? It wouldn't matter because I'd buy down into here and defend whatever I could.
Didn't Tanner sell CTCC or CFCC in order to open CTDA?
Yeah.
Oh.
I issued. I issued 5.
Oh,
I never
okay.
threw them in the bank pool.
Thanks, Zach.
But it's
I was
still
like,
really
this.
good.
It's still really
Yeah,
Yeah.
good.
sorry guys.
No, it's okay. It's not your,
Yeah, it's fine.
back with that
Hey,
central
we've
time
been
zone
cutting
brain
back.
still functioning.
Okay.
This would have 660. This would have 630. I would have a lot of companies. That'd be terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
This one still doesn't have to own a train. This one can just buy a 5. Maybe I wouldn't run. This is so hard to determine whether I want to do this. Um, is it better just to buy my shares? You might buy a 5, Mike. You probably won't. I probably won't. Zach has to buy a 5 with this. Zach has to buy a 5 with this. Then this dog will go. And that idiot will run a 4. If I just put. Oh, I'm so mad at myself. Oh, that's what I should have done. I'm so greedy.
Yes.
Uh, fuck. I have no idea what I want to do. Take that. Take that. Sell it because no one can get to 280. Oh, ironically, Tanner could get to 280. He would sell this. And then he could buy it. He could buy it back.
How could he?
Like if I sold a share, if I bought 3 shares
Yeah, to take the presidency, and then he could
and
get
then
up
sold
to.
one.
He could buy 3. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, he would sell this and then
Yeah.
he could buy 3. He can't buy 3. Yeah, it doesn't matter because I would buy 3 first. Oh my goodness. Zach has to buy a 5. Zach has to buy a 5. He has to buy a 5. Can't sell that. And this guy's over here at 103. This is riveting radio. I understand.
This is the radio, by the way.
What in the world do I want to do? I feel like having only 3 paying shares is terrible. Like that might be a way for you to win, Mike.
I just am still thinking about how Zach thinks that oranges are the 8th best fruit. Like what? How
Listen,
is that?
save it for the show.
How's that
Save
possible?
it for the show.
Okay, all right.
I mean, there's tons of ways it's possible. Like infinite.
Infinite.
Well, wait, maybe
I guess
limited
7
only
ways.
to,
I guess there are 7 ways that it's.
Oh, Mike, what are you gonna do? You can't dodge a 5. Are you gonna not run the train?
Zach doesn't have a choice. I might dodge it to not run one of the companies, which is slightly bad. But at least
You
then.
dodge it. I might just buying it is so bad. I mean, it's not that bad. Buy it. Buy it down. Know those are gonna run. Cost $1 billion, right? Oh, but then you give Zach a 6.
Oh, he
Which is
does
actually
do. Wait, how much are 6s?
800.
800.
hundo.
You're you have 5 shares in Treasury too. Okay, so then that's what you're. Wild. Oh no, you can. Oh, really good though.
Man, what an idiot I am. Ah, that's so stupid. You're so stupid, you fucking. Now you'll see. All right, I will make a decision in a second. This dingus then could buy a 5. This guy doesn't run for a while. Doesn't have a train. Doesn't need a train. These guys can just merge. It can afford itself up. It buys a 5. That'll leave this for like a 6 or a 7. This will buy the 5 down. The 7. Mike is still in a terrifying spot when the 7 happens.
Very scary.
So I think I do want to push the trains. Well, I would buy a 5. Zach would buy a 6. Man. I buy a 5. Do I just do that? Buy a 5. Buy Tanner's company. Buy a 5. Oh,
Oh, that would be so rude.
I can't force buy a 6, right? This company is too low. Buy a 5. Let Zach buy a 6. Buy this down. Buy the other 6. What are you gonna do, Mike? Fund 2 7s. Then what the fudge am I doing? Merging these guys together and buying up. Running the 6 out of here. Merging this into this, maybe. letting that bounce around the 5. All right, this is taking like 15 minutes of everyone's life. 7 other fruits. 7 is like infinity. There's so many fruits.
There's so many fruits.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
you
Dodge.
went with apples, and you were
Dodge.
like able to name like 6 different apples.
Nah, but I group them all together.
Yeah.
Buy a 5. Zach has to buy a 5.
Oh my god, that's a great
But
point.
I have no idea what to do. I have no idea. I don't know. I need the 7 to come out. I don't know how you survive a 7. It seems terrifying. Buy one of them. You have a lot of shares here. You can't run one of these trains.
Yeah.
You can't run one of them.
Yeah.
So I'm not super far behind. But it's terrible. Just run. I'll have 110 and I can buy another share. So it'd be like 4 shares to. You'll buy 1 more share, maybe 2 more shares. All right, I'll just do it because it seems more fun. All right, I'll buy this for 114. That took a lot of time for me to do nothing.
To do the thing you
Okay.
said you were going to do 10 minutes ago.
All right, on to the 3, which is Tanner.
But it's a lot. This part is like super hard because there are 1, 2,
Yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You know, there's 11 companies out here.
Oh, did I just
Lot.
do it wrong? Tanner might have just made it so I can't do it, right?
Because he sold your share, so now you can't sell your share to.
No, I can. Okay.
You still can. Okay.
Yeah, I just get less money. Less good.
I saw you pick it up. I thought you were going to sell it now, but
I should have. It's okay.
Hmm.
I guess there's a way I don't win. No, probably not. It's a lot of cash. I have a lot of cash now.
yeah, that's extremely good.
And I think it'll be like enough where you can't take it. Tanner, are you done after you sold?
Oh, I was muted.
Yeah.
So Joe's buying up CFCC.
I'm so close.
I mean, we're just gonna get into a share war that you will win.
Yeah.
Which, so then I turn towards trying to protect this, but then you can just, you already have 2 shares with CFCC. When it's OR, you can just buy more of this shit, and I
Yes.
can't afford very many. I can afford like 1 of those. So you're taking over both of those. It seems like, right? There's no way for me to save those.
No, it's rude.
I'm cool with rude. I'm just wanting to crunch all this in my head, make sure I understand it.
I'm I'm literally $15 short from being able to take this if he sold that share too. Dang.
Yeah,
Dang.
yeah,
So
you're
close.
just there. Yeah.
I was like so focused on no one taking my companies. I didn't think about other people's companies too. Ah. Wild.
So this is 340.
Yeah, and it'll be like 6 shares to 7 or 8.
Yeah, but I think with the these will not run.
Yeah.
At least once. These will. And then
Maybe.
these, yeah, that's actually also true. Maybe they'll run. It depends.
I'm gonna have like 3 grand worth of capital at this point.
Okay, I'm just gonna buy.
I think you're muted, Mike.
No, I was bouncing it. We should call it, right? We could probably call it. I
We
think
don't have
so.
to call it, but I think it's at 1 o'clock, so it's fine to shut it down. I think it's probably between Mike and I,
Hmm.
but it's also been an hour each, and the game is going to go probably. I actually don't think anyone's going to go bankrupt. Tanner probably will go bankrupt, right?
With the 5.
I got a permanent ruler here. I don't know how I did that.
Oh, if you click the little hand,
Yeah, hand in the
Oh,
top left.
You can hit
I
F.
hit F4.
Yeah, you hit F1.
Is
That'll
that
do
what
it
I
too.
did?
Yeah.
yeah,
Um,
I'm always getting permanent rulers.
so what's everyone doing? I know I'm thinking a while too, so let's just grab this.
It's okay. I thought for
That
like 20
costs
minutes that
50.
probably gonna call it.
Spend money. All right, that's my turn.
It's up to you guys. Yeah, because like I know you guys are not
uh,
in a great spot. I think Zach will live. Of course, he'll probably get a permanent, but
we
he's
can
not.
play through the. Let's just play through the
All
first
right,
OR. How about
let's
we
do
do
it.
that?
Let's
We'll
do it.
play through the first OR, and then that'll be the end. We'll just be done because it's 1 o'clock.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. So
I'm just gonna take the rest of my turn
okay, yeah, you do that.
just to make it faster.
Uh,
Oh yeah, did not do that for my own company.
so much money, and you just have so many more options for merges now. And you can merge companies multiple times, right?
You
Yeah.
just have to like wait.
Yeah, because it has to run the new one, right?
Yeah.
It's an interesting way to get rid of liability, I guess, though.
Yeah, I see how that obviously retrospect. So you get all levered up with all your companies, and then you only have one president cert, and you can't protect it in the SR.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. The other option is, trying to terribly not to die, which is what Mike's about to do, and then you have Zach's situation where you're probably not going to die, but you have 4 shares
Yeah.
And
and are going to probably buy a non-permanent trade. Though I might buy the 5 now.
I would not like that.
So I took 2 turns in a row. I don't know whose turn it is.
I'm on permapass. So
Oh, okay. My bad. Yes, I will buy a SB
There we go.
for 95. Uh, 985.
Tanner, you get to go.
That's
Uh,
72.
just grabbing another one of these.
I'll buy in
Mike, you get another turn.
50
Tanner
N.
gets a
They're what,
turn.
$50?
Oh no, yep, Tanner gets a turn.
I don't know if I should be buying this from the company, but just trying to pump it
And
full
I
of
have
some cash.
$89.
Passive.
SFL probably won't run a train, but it'll merge up to something better. SFTN likely will run a train. I'll probably just buy that from the market. Okay. Tanner, you take the rest of the actions.
Is anything gonna make me money? Looks like not many, if any, companies are operating before I crash and burn.
You'll run. You'll
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
run. Maybe not.
I'm wondering. I mean, either way, pretty screwed. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that's 6.
Yeah, you have 6 right now.
So I'm maxed out. 60%'s the most, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And then what company?
Uh, Great question.
Yeah, I don't think
Maybe
anything's really going to be running in the first set
maybe SB. I'm putting
or
my
the
money on
first
SB.
OR. I mean.
SB and SFTG, but you sold SFTG.
Hmm. Uh, and I sold SB.
You sold SB too? Bastard.
I did at the very beginning
Okay.
of the
Yeah, I
OR
forgot that
or
actually.
SR.
Yeah, so it is. That's why it's down here.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. So
I did that while Zach was merging, and
I'm sorry.
I think we got lost in.
So we should have more cash. What is that? $19.
Yeah, I'm taking an SB instead because I can afford it now.
Yeah, I might. I can't take an SB, but I could take. Oh yeah, I can take an SB now. Duh. Why would I not do that? Yep. Sorry. That was 50. There's 76.
Still passing.
I'll buy one of these.
I have 5 companies now.
CSCC is 114, and then that'll be my last action. Nope.
And Zach gets priority. All right. Yeah, so we'll play this
Oh,
OR and then
I'll
shut it
grab
down.
another one.
Hit it, Mike.
Oh, we're doing it. All right. So the AFI is gonna lay a straight here. Nah, I wants to lay the sharp though. Yeah, let's see that side. Gonna lay the sharp this way.
Only one tile.
That's nope.
Good.
Gonna lay gentle.
Thank you.
Good
Yep.
gentle.
Yep. Got it. All right, you can only lay that one. It is connected. I don't want to buy the 5 because that would just be so silly. So it'll buy the 4 over for uh, all the money. And then it can issue shares.
No.
Oh no, this is the first time it's running. No. So okay. So this will rust, and then how much will these shares be worth? I might be able to force buy. Okay, done. 226. So that'll be fine. Probably. Alright. Done.
All right. Riskfist will lay this tile. It will probably buy a 5.
Oh god, it's gonna be so bad.
Gonna buy a 5. Zach's gonna buy a 6. CFCC gets to go. And these 2 dingoes? No. Oh, we have to move everything down.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, that's true.
This comes down, this comes down, this comes down. Both these come down. This comes down. CTS doesn't, right?
No.
Okay, this is so much better.
The CTS doesn't it go down because there's shares in the pool?
Are there shares in the market? Yeah, it goes down then. Sorry. If I buy a 5, Zach buys a 6. Or do I just buy the 4 up and get both 6s? Buy the 4 up. CTDA is next. It does nothing. CFCC. Oh, can't. force a 6 because it'll kill itself. Man, that's really poopy. Buy a 5, Zach buys a 6. This guy runs. Buy the whole thing up. Buy a 6. Zach buys a 5. Buy a 6. Buy the 4. If I buy a 6, maybe I buy a 7 and just fucking kill Mike right there. If I can buy the 7, buy the 5. Zach buys a 6. Oh, this guy can't buy a 6. Yeah, pull a 4 off. Buy a 6. Force buy a 6. Nope, force buy a 7. I don't think I have enough to force buy a 7. This will be an extra 300 bucks. Nope, what'll be at 306? 660. Oh, yeah, I will. Sell that presidency, force by a 7. Probably kill Mike, right? You'd have to force by 2 7s.
7 and an 8, right?
A 7 and an 8. Kill Tanner. It's just me and Zach at the end. Yeah, that's it.
I would have to force buy an 8.
No,
at
I'm
that
gonna let you
point.
force by a 6.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I'm gonna
Well,
buy. I'll
just
buy
buy
the
a 6.
5.
And you'll be
Buy.
running a billion companies with more
I'll buy
shares.
this 5 here. I'll buy this 4 over. I'll force buy a 6. I'll force buy a 7. Then that's it. Mike has to force buy a 7 and an 8. I think
Yeah.
you just die, right?
Yeah,
And it's
if
with
you're
it's
force
with these
buying.
companies.
Yeah, because this I can't. It has no
Look,
shares.
you'll sell it.
I
Yeah.
would just have to sell this. I'm dead. That's it.
You're dead, and I think Tanner's dead. And
Actually, which one goes first? Oh, the rat goes first. The rat does go
oh,
first,
right, you're right.
but this is gone, right?
Yeah, I mean you have to own you have to own a train for all of them, and they're all trainless.
Yeah, but I would sell the rest of these. This would all get sold, right? Dang.
Yeah, this would get sold off.
This would get sold. I'd be liable for the 7,
Yeah.
which I don't think this even comes close to covering, right?
No. Yeah, I think you actually would just be bankrupt. Tanner would
I
still be
actually
hanging on with
don't
his
know.
5. Yeah, but then you'd have to, if you don't bankrupt, you'd have to buy an 8.
Yeah, but then I could force buy that easily here because there's still 7 shares
Yes.
here. That'd
Yes,
be
yes, yes.
easy peasy. So if I shed that and do that, would I be okay? I actually don't know.
I think you just die here on the 7.
86 is divided by 2
That's definitely what I'm going to do.
plus whatever this is.
So I'll just do it.
Okay.
This will buy a 5 for some amount of money. 550. Spend. Okay, so that falls back and buys a 5. I don't know where oh, this thing is the right one. This buys the 4 for 630. It has to lay a tile. Oh, right, they're like this. Zach goes.
Does stuff.
Maybe Zach would win. Probably not. I think I have a lot of companies and I'll have more shares at the end.
Yeah. It's the shares thing.
And we're also playing 3 ORs.
Yeah. There, pays 50, then buys a 6.
Oh, do I have to sell this this I might not be able to do this if I have to sell this presidency. What's it at 306? We're good. That's 835. Okay, cool.
Okay, carry on. I fall back. And
Yep.
done.
SFTG will upgrade this and token. It'll sell this.
Sorry.
And buy an 8 or buy the 6. It'll have 35 left over. 682. Take sorry, 1306 divided by 2, 153. Spend. This is the most asshole way I've ever done anything. And some amount of money. 118. Okay, that was his turn. He falls back. CFCC. Lays this probably this guy. Where's the tile I want? CTDA will not. Maybe we'll lay a tile. I just did the same thing Tanner did.
I'll say
Just
that
like-
is not a city.
That is. CTDA will lay a tile. I just didn't do it. So it's too hyphy. That's a Y. Jesus. To be fair, I pulled it out of the right bag. Okay. Oh, that's going away anyway. So so it won't lay a tile because I'm selling it. Get out of here. Okay, so I just need a K or some shit. And it'll also token its other token. Oh, why? I'm trying to lay here. Why is no one making me not be an asshole?
I was wondering what you were doing. I was like, well, he had this here, and then got
That's
rid
what I
of it.
meant to do. Jesus. Just getting real messy for the end of the stream. Okay, it lays that. There we go. It then force buys a 7, which I assume it can do with all of this. I guess I might have to sell a share. I don't know. I didn't even do that math. Um, that's plus 276. 6 660 plus 276 is 936 plus a blue, which is 114 over 2.
So, yeah, 60. Remember, 57.
933. So I have to get to like a bunch more money. Oh no. Maybe I just ice it. That would give it to Tanner, right? If I sell 1 of it. What do I need? Man, does this whole plan not work and I have to fucking go back to the gosh darn top? At which point I'm just gonna say, fuck it. We're gonna be done. How can I get to? And then SB is how much?
76. 76.
Yeah.
So it's like another 36. That's only 10.29. Oh my gosh.
You'd have to sell like all your shares, right?
No, I'd have to sell another SFTC. There is no way for me to do this and not have it be so dumb, right? Does this guy go before you, Mike? He does. What does this guy have? 3 of his own shares. Oh, but he doesn't have. Okay. Okay. We're okay. So I have to build. Oh no, I'm not okay. It's its only token. um, why did I think that was just fine? Because I'm an idiot.
It's 1 a.m. and
Yeah.
you have 6 companies or 5 companies. 5 companies. It's a lot to juggle.
Zach's just chilling with his one company.
Yep. Well, I mean, to be fair, it was 2 companies an hour ago, but you know,
That was too complicated, so you had to just simplify it even more. You know
simplify
what?
it, reduce the liabilities.
I really need to get rid of this. I'll just do it, and everybody'll be dead except for Zach. And,
You're just gonna do it. You're just gonna.
I don't. I mean,
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, I feel like even if you delayed buying the 7, even if I got to rearrange my money a little bit, I don't know how much better it would be with you getting all that capital and all these companies merged together. It probably would have still been too much.
somewhere there's got to be a way for me to get this 7. I just don't see it.
Uh,
I probably could have force bought a 6 here and gave this all the money and made this force buy a 7. So that's what I would have done. This was a mess. Right. Sorry, end of this stream. For anybody who's still watching the YouTube video because it's gone for 4 hours. What I
Yeah.
would have done, because this still operates before everyone, is basically just done one more step. So I would have force bought the 6 here, made this after spending. You guys see what I'm saying? This would have force bought the 6. This would have already bought down because the money was almost the same. I'd probably have to spend. I might have to sell the SB, and then I'd have this force buy, which is the extra 196, selling this off.
Okay.
And that would be the 7. It's basically the same. It's just this is the extra money. I don't feel like going back and undoing that. So, Mike, do you survive on the 7?
I was doing the math. I think I would have to sell a couple shares, but yeah, because then these I could just like this would be liable for a chain. This I would have to sell up the chain, so I would sell off this. Unfortunately, even though it has all these juicy shares, that's what I was actually. Yeah. Anyways, but then this with these shares, it actually has enough, and with a couple of mine, with this treasury, I wasn't that bad actually. I think I had to sell like a few shares. I might have been down just to the 2 presidencies, but I would have lived, and then I could have merged that. This I could have force bought whatever, and then merged it. Or actually, I wouldn't have to anymore. I just would have force bought and then been done with that. It would have
But
been
see, I don't
brutal.
think this force buy even works because it's another $500.
Is it really? Oh my
Yeah.
goodness! All right, in that case, I might have died on
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I think because that's 62 over 2 is 30.
Times
I think it
7.
would
Yeah,
have
it's
been
only
the same
2. Oh my
thing.
god. Yeah, I would have been like dead by like $400 or so.
Yeah. All right.
What
So
else?
that is effectively the end. Sorry, Tanner, that the end got really weird and boring.
No, you're good. That's how we learn, how we play it out.
So just to do a weird recap, I actually think if Tanner realized I was going to steal his company, he could have protected it. Right? You could have
Yeah.
afforded 3 shares of it.
Could I have?
Maybe not.
Had he sold down, because how many shares of?
Yeah, if you just
Oh,
didn't
right.
sell down as much, that would have been another way.
Yeah.
So that's the end of 1841
Woo!
Lite. Basically, I did figure out a way to probably kill Mike, definitely kill Tanner. Actually, Tanner ironically wouldn't have died because Mike couldn't have force bought the 8. So Tanner would have had a
Yeah, yeah.
5. Mike would have bankrupted. Ironically, I think coming back with $500, which would have been good enough to come in second, probably, or Zach or I would have come in first or second. I actually would have run these 6 shares, which would have been funny. That's the end of 1841
Yeah.
Lite. That's kind of not really the end game. The end game is where like 2 people definitely survive and play it out. Thank you for watching. That teach was an hour long. I hope that it works if anybody wants to learn the game. We went through a bunch of the machinations. We didn't really go through merging, but we did a little bit of merging. If you like what we did, please follow us on dadsonmap.com. We'll have more podcast episodes out. If you want to come talk to us, please go on the Discord. You can talk about war games and trend games and Euro games or Yarrow games. I don't even understand how anyone
Euro.
says that word.
Euro.
Regardless, thank you
European.
to Mike and Tanner and Zach for playing. This is a sweet one. We will see you probably next week. I won't see you next week because I'm going on another Thursday vacation, I think.
Hey,
But somebody will see you next week for something related to trains.
sounds good.
Peace. Later.
Later.